Hi, friends. Good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Kim. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And as usual, we have a great lineup. We'll be discussing economics around the globe and what's happening and what's not happening, and what is the economic status post Independence Day of US. And we have so many guests lined up on our show.
Wow. That pyramid grew. Talk about a food pyramid. This is food for thought, right?
It's the Hollywood stars of chess players.
And also, it's like that. Nick played 4 moves at a time and invite everyone.
Yeah. There you go. Is there a way to do that? I don't know if on that.
I just got to say, this is very, very. I'm so honored, and I know Ankit is, that we've got such a great team of people that come together to talk about the solutions. We're not here whining and complaining about things or sharing the bad information. We are talking about what needs to be done and how we can solve it. And that's what financial Mondays are all, our economic Mondays are all about. But it's great that we have guests from all over the world come here, especially people who play chess. I really do enjoy talking with people who play chess. And I just want to give a shout out to my buddies at the Colorado Chess Informant. They quoted me this month in their article. But anyway, hi guys, and welcome Daaim and Shabazz. Is that how your name, Shabazz?
I know how to pronounce his name. It's Professor Shabazz. Okay, you just gotta kind of like get that. But I can introduce everybody since I kind of know everybody. Kim Calhoun from Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, who's executive producer at IBM TV, and Kit, who's in New Delhi, who's our director at IBM TV and heads up the Health Channel. Jim Eade, who runs one of our shows called Chess Without Borders, who is also a FIDE chess master, so he plays a little bit. Alexander Starr, who's our star of Chess Stars, and also runs our investment show on Wednesday. And we have our 2 special guests. They're the newbies, Professor Daaim Shabazz. Okay, I'll get it right eventually. I butcher the English. He's a hardcore chess player, author of The Chess Drum, which I've read for about 20 years because I've been around a long time. And he's also a professor at Florida A&M University. And another special guest, Dan Fleetwood, who I believe is an ICCF chess grandmaster and also is a professor at Vanderbilt University. So welcome to the show. And Professor Shabazz, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and what do you do?
Well, good morning, everyone. Well, at least it's morning here. Some of you are probably very early morning. But my name is Daaim Shabazz. That is the way I pronounce it. And I'm originally from Chicago. And I started chess there relatively late at about age 14, played my first tournament at age 16. I became an expert at age 19. So, was kind of on an aggressive trajectory. But then I started focusing more on my studies. And then ultimately I earned a PhD in international affairs in 98. And I came to Florida, where I've been teaching at Florida A&M for 22 years. And in 2001, I started the Chess Drum, which is a website focusing on international chess with a specific emphasis on players of African descent around the world. And I've known Nick throughout the years at tournaments. This is when we used to play. I don't play that much anymore either. I'm mostly writing. But good morning. Glad to be here and look forward to the discussion.
Okay, great. And also we have Dan Fleetwood. I looked over on his Wikipedia page. He's now a professor of, I believe, electrical engineering at Vanderbilt University and inventor of this Flipster or some weird thing that deals with semiconductors, and also is a chess player. So Dan, can you tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and what do you do?
So I'm Dan Fleetwood. I grew up in southern Indiana, a small town called Seymour. And I didn't play my first tournament chess game until I was a senior in high school, so age of 17 years old, so another late starter. Went to Purdue University and was involved in the Purdue Chess Club for all of my 8 years as I got my bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. Was lucky that at the Purdue Chess Club we had a strong international master, Leonid Bass, and FIDE master and strong national master, Lauren Schmidt. And so had very strong competition. Then after getting my PhD, I was at Sandia National Laboratories in Albuquerque, New Mexico for about 15 years. Played enough events at Purdue and in my first year or so in Albuquerque to get a low expert rating over the board, but never really had kind of the bandwidth to pursue over the board seriously. So I only play a few events. In a good year, I'll play a few events. In a bad year, I don't play at all. So most of my chess has been correspondence. I started playing correspondence at about the same time that I started playing tournament chess. And for the last 45 years, my correspondence rating has been consistently 400 to 600 points above my over the board rating, and that was true before computers could play above D class, and it continues to be true today. So it's been an adventure moving up through the ranks in correspondence chess. I got my international master title in correspondence chess at about the time I moved from Sandia Lab to Vanderbilt in 1999 and 2000. For the last 17 years or so, I've chaired the electrical engineering and computer science department here at Vanderbilt, and I got my correspondence grandmaster title in 2008. And so it's been an adventure.
Wow, and you actually know Lauren Schmidt. I've known Lauren since about 1975 and had the honor of losing to him in a tournament, I think around 1976 or something like that, when he played for the University of Nebraska, and I played for the University of South Florida. And yeah, he was the guy that convinced me that we would never win the Pan American unless I brought in scholarship chess players. So I brought in Ron Henley and Larry Christensen. Then we won. What a magic. Since then, apparently scholarship chess has taken off, but back in 1976, 77, it was not a very big deal. But Lauren actually lives up in the state of Washington, and he teaches in Toppenish. As a matter of fact, I was almost going to have him on this show. I'll eventually get him on because he's gone to some of the tournaments that I invited him to, but those were team tournaments. So anyway, tell us a little bit about your invention. Apparently it shows you invented something on semiconductors. I don't know much about that. So talk to us about that.
Sure. So this was actually some fun that we had with it actually started out as a research project. I was working with some colleagues in Sandia Labs, and actually the primary inventor was Bill Warren, who was a good friend, and now he's actually I think he's a vice president at Santa Fe Research. Not a chess player, but brilliant material scientist. So at any rate, he was working in the lab, and he got a phone call, and his furnace got too hot, and chip got overbaked, and we discovered that there was a mobile charge that existed in a place where it shouldn't exist. And so we wrote this up for the journal Nature, and the editor came back and said, well, you know, we think the physics is interesting, but what really gets us excited is the possibility of using this charge as a potential non-volatile memory, which is a type of memory that retains information when the power is turned off. And so we got quite a bit of publicity about this. We won some national awards. The one that I'm most pleased about was from Discover Magazine, and Penn and Teller were actually 2 of the 5 judges on that. So you know, take the award into account on that. So let's just say it made a good story, but in the end, it wound up getting licensed to Intel, and that's the last anyone ever heard of it.
Oh, well, that sounds
There you
good.
go. Semiconductors and Intel go together. Well, it's nice to meet someone in the engineering world. I sit on the board of advisors at NC State University in the computer science department. I've been in the engineering world since 1982. So, you know, if it weren't for inventions like that, we wouldn't have progressed. So.
Yeah. For Professor Shabazz, there was a person from Nigeria that actually got trapped in the Côte d'Ivoire, or however they pronounce it, in Africa. And he's actually been on our show. So the thing is, and he's also been on our show that comes out of Lagos, Nigeria. So every Friday at 9 o'clock, we have a special show that actually originates from Lagos, Nigeria. How did you happen to find out about his plight? He's a chess player. He went to Côte d'Ivoire to go play in a chess tournament, then got trapped because of COVID-19. And all of a sudden I found out about it from the chess drum. How did you find out about it?
Well, as you know, I've been covering chess news for almost 20 years. And I do have my feeders where people send me information. And so I got a message that Oladapo Adu was in Cote d'Ivoire. He was playing in a tournament in Sierra Leone. And if you go to the chess drum and read his story, it's almost like out of Indiana Jones, because he goes from Sierra Leone to Liberia, then he goes to Cote d'Ivoire, then he tries to get into Ghana.
Right.
They've closed the borders, and the Border Patrol has their guns drawn,
right,
and send him back across the border. And so now he's been stranded for 3 months in Cote d'Ivoire. I mean, he doesn't speak French. So it's been a nightmare for him. So I set up a GoFundMe fundraiser and got him some of the funds that he needs. But I mean, it's still a miserable situation. And but he looks to get out toward the end of the month when they open the borders back. And I mean, these are just some of the ways that the chess community is connected and how we can come together in times of need. And so that was a very interesting story. One of the last stories I ran, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? Yeah. No, I thought it was a great story, so I wanted to get him on, so we were able to track him down. But tell us a little about the chess drum. I've been reading it for about 20 years. You had my man Kazim Gulamali, who I literally traveled all over the country with, playing tournaments when he was a young Piper kid, you know. And so the thing is, he's even actually been to my house in North Carolina. I used to live in Atlanta. I went to Seattle, then I went to North Carolina. So tell us about the chess drum. Can people, how can people watch the chess drum? I think it's a great newspaper on chess players, but how do you get a hold of that?
Well, the chess drum, it would be the chessdrum.net. But you know, just to, if we can roll back a little bit of history, you know, I was very active in tournament chess in Chicago, and I was having a conversation with a young man. He was a master, and we started talking about chess, and he says, well, where are the black masters? Where are the black international masters? Where are the black GMs? And he was asking a rhetorical question. And I thought about it, and I knew a handful of masters, but I couldn't elaborate much on where they were, where some of the other masters were. And so I started to research around the world and started contacting people. And it just became kind of a motivation for me to find out where the players were of African ancestry around the world. And so when I got to graduate school, I went to graduate school in Atlanta. I wrote a business plan for my marketing class on establishing a chess network. And it was supposed to be centered around a magazine that I would send around and update the chess world on what was happening with Black chess players. So for many years, I couldn't do anything with the business plan until I got through my PhD, and then the internet started to boom, and I decided, well, why don't I go and try to make this into a website, which is what I did in 2001. Now, bear in mind, I do cover international events. I've covered 6 Olympiad tournaments. I've covered a world championship. I've covered Grand Chess Tour events. And so the idea of the chess drum is to bring the world to players of African descent, and at the same time, bring players of African descent to international chess. So it serves a dual purpose, which is basically to inform, to have news coverage, interviews, op-ed pieces, puzzles, and it's basically accessible through the chessdrum.net.
Okay, so that's pretty easy for everybody to find, chessdrum.net, and then they can subscribe to the Chess Drum. So the thing is, and like I said, it's a great piece that you write. I think I've been reading it for about 20 years now because I've been playing since 1975 or something like. No, wait, or maybe earlier than that, 72. I think I played in the 1972 National High School Tournament.
Okay.
Larry Christensen. So he was leading. Then Mark Deason was number 2. So it goes way back. Now, Dan, you took another course. Apparently, you had to get a real life, and then you went to correspondence chess, which is an area that I really didn't get into. Tell us a little bit about how you morphed into correspondence chess.
Yeah, sure. Well, growing up in southern Indiana, there were really very limited opportunities for over-the-board events. There wasn't a local chess club, and I saw an advertisement in Chess Life and Review at that point for the Golden Knights. It's the USCF's kind of big open tournament. And so I entered a section of that and entered a couple of class sections. And I estimated that I must be a Class A player starting out, and very quickly found out that I was kind of middle of Class B or so. So got a very quick lesson that I needed to improve. So over the next, so let's see, that would have been starting in 75 or 76. Over the time that I was at Purdue, I moved from kind of Class B up to kind of the master area and qualified for the USCF's absolute correspondence chess tournament, which is the top 13 rated correspondence players that submit bids. And so I played while I was in graduate school at Purdue. I played in 3 of the USCF absolutes in 1981, 1983, and 1984. And my best finish then was 3rd. And so then, let's see, in 1984, I got my PhD. I got married. I moved to San Antonio. I started a new job.
Right.
The first few months there, I couldn't really do much. And so I booked up on my openings and got my over-the-board rating up to expert, and had a 2nd place finish in the Albuquerque Open, and pretty much focused on correspondence chess after that. So
Nick, I'd like to ask a couple questions, Dan.
Yeah, sure.
Because I was an over-the-board player, and then I started to work, and I only had time to play correspondence chess. So I got to become an ICCF master, and I represented the U.S. in many team competitions against other countries. And I wonder if we were ever on the same team. Did you do that?
I played in team competitions. Not sure if we may have been. I would say if you've played in in kind of the team friendlies through ICCF, there's a good chance that we were on the same teams. I started doing that. So when Bob Karch was kind of heading up ICCF
from the Northwest,
yeah, exactly. And then Max Zavanelli was he was a real patron of mine in international correspondence chess, because he was trying to encourage U.S. players to take international correspondence chess very seriously. And so I got some opportunities there, and
he was the one that got me involved.
Yeah.
He was the one that got me involved as well, Max. Although I knew Bob Karch, it was Max really that got me representing the U.S. on these various team competitions. One of my favorites was East Germany, playing against them, because that was the time of the Cold War and we couldn't go to East Germany, but you could actually correspond with them. But my worst experience was with Cuba, because the transition time took months.
Yep.
I'm always assuming that the U.S. government was looking at and the Cuban government was looking at these cards with all these notations on them and trying to figure out what we were trying to say to each other. And that's why it took so long. But we ended up not being able to finish the game because it was just ridiculous, months between moves. So
yeah, my worst experience was in a team event where my opponent from Peru was in a horrible position, and so he lost moves. And in those days, for an international game in which there was a claimed lost move or just a significant delay, you had to do certified. You had to send an international certified, which is like $5 or $6. So after 5 years or so, I finally got the point. But then the game had gone on so long that our team captain, who I won't name on this program, apparently failed to report the result, and I wound up being double forfeited. So, it's nicer now where we have the server and you can just the moves, and there's no dispute.
I play on Game Knot now. I don't know if you know that server, but I play correspondence all the time.
Yeah. Okay, correspondence.
Professor Shabazz, I had a question for you too, because you must have known Maurice Ashley. Yes. And how about Emery Tate? He was one of my favorites.
Well, Emery, I actually wrote a book on him.
Oh, cool.
I wrote this book 3 years ago, Triple X Glam, which is what he used to always say after, a good move. He used to always say that. And this book
goes Triple X Glam.
Triple X Glam. Yeah, he used to always say that.
Right. And he used to sound like that too.
Yeah. I mean, he was quite a character, and he passed away unfortunately in 2015 at a chess tournament. He was in a chess tournament, went to the bathroom, came out, and he wasn't feeling well, and he just said someone call 911, and he collapsed, and he later died at the hospital. But I started writing his biography. I had told him, I said, you need to put some games together and do an autobiography. And he just scoffed at it. He says, no, he says, I don't want to put myself out there like that. And I had offered, I said, I'll help you write it, but he wasn't interested. And so after he passed away, I wrote this book. There are 35 annotated games, some of which were annotated by Yasser Sirwan, Alejandro Ramirez, Todd Andrews, William Morrison. A lot of, very strong masters contributed to it. And it's full color. It's a full color book. And now I only have the paperback. But Maurice I've known for about 30 years. I met him at the 1989 U.S. Open in Chicago. And we've kind of had our things that we wanted to accomplish. And, I talk to him now, and it's like whoever would have thought that we would be doing what we're doing for chess, and it's been a fun ride.
Yeah. I'm proud of you. I had Maurice out to my tournament in San Francisco in 1995. That's where I first met him. What a great guy, great family man. And a great player, of course.
And promoted Millionaire Chess, which was a pretty good tournament that Cosm loved because he actually won $40,000 at that tournament. He thought,
he did.
Yeah, 40 grand. Hey, listen, if you can win $40,000 at a tournament, I'm all in. But it's a real tough thing to do. For those who joined us late, this is IBM TV. We currently broadcast in about 100 different countries right now, and we have Professor Shabazz who's a professor at Florida A&M University. He's also a fellow chess player and plays hardcore tournament chess, or at least last time I saw he did. Alexander Starr, who runs our TV show called Chess Stars, which features grandmasters and also other challengers, if you want to play Shirov, which I'll bring him on later on to discuss that. Jim Eade, who wrote Chess for Dummies. It's his favorite book. He's read it many times, hasn't helped him at all, but he became a FIDE master. And of course, we have Professor Dan Fleetwood, who's a professor in electrical engineering, I believe, at Vanderbilt University. And Alexander Starr, tell us a little bit about your program, Chess Stars. Can people like us actually challenge on IBM TV or Chess Stars grandmasters like Shirov?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I'm preparing a very detailed presentation of our project. It's been in development now for a couple of years. Essentially, what we've done, we developed a new chess experience, whereas instead of playing the game in one of the whether it's correspondence chess or blitz or over the board online. It's a chess game, not even because of the coronavirus, but several other problems like World Championship, 12 games, 12 draws, many other developments which are too numerous for me to tell you. Just mention incredible amount of cheating in the online chess. So we developed a model where people are watching the game played by two grandmasters. Actually, it's two games match. And if it's 1-1, then it's the Armageddon game. And what people have to do is, based on the position what they see, commentaries, and stockfish hints, top 3 moves, they have to predict the move which will be made before it's made, obviously. And also they have to select amount of crowns, which is our internal currency, to bet on each and every move, which is 5 crowns, 25, and 100. Whoever will accumulate most crowns at the end of the game will be a winner. And the idea is that it's a level playing field. There is no cheating. It's a very democratic form of chess experience. Everyone has a chance to win. It's not a game where somebody has 200 points, yellow rating advantage will crush you every time. And if you have a low rating, you are creamed. If you have higher rating, you lose because your opponent will use anyway. So the practical experience of chess is becoming less and less valid. So therefore, we developed a site, it's a prototype of what we are going to do. The contests are now being held, and we had players like Grandmasters Shirov, Donchenko, Marian from Romania. And so far, attendees are quite pleased with the experience. It's about
We've had some technical difficulties with his program, but he'll be back. But basically, he has where people play chess and guess the master's move. It's called Chess Stars. For those who joined us late or just joined us, we have Holmes Stoner has just joined us. He is the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce out of Los Angeles. We have Professor Shabazz, who's a professor at Florida A&M University, also a fellow chess player, a chess expert. And we have Dan Fleetwood, who is an ICCF chess grandmaster and professor at Vanderbilt University, computer science, electrical engineering, and of course, Jim Eade, who is with writes Chess for Dummies. Holmes may be on the phone right now, but are you on the phone, Holmes, or are you available?
No, I'm available. I'm right here.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So since you just joined us, tell us a little bit about the American International Chamber of Commerce and who you are and what you do.
Well, we've been around for 34 years. We've got about 500,000 members from here to Mumbai. We help small and medium-sized companies connect and grow through trade, tourism, technology, and cultural exchange. So pretty much we're the connector. We're the erector set of small business. When people have a small enterprise, whether they're a farmer in Vietnam or a inventor in Canada, if they need to reach out and meet other people and try to grow their business, they become a member of us. You know, we have many services that can accommodate them, from worldwide co-op programming to, we have a service that buys and sells factories that have gone bankrupt so that we could liquidate their industrial equipment. Oh, you name it, we have the service. So as I said, we've been around 34 years, and getting on your show here with all of these wonderful people that I've had the pleasure of meeting in the last couple of weeks has just been a delight for me.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of fun. I believe, Professor Shabazz, you got your PhD in was it international relations or international business, or what's your background in that area?
Well, international affairs, but I teach international business because I have the MBA as well.
Okay.
And yeah, now we're just teaching online, but I try to show my students how to think beyond the confines of their environment, because that's one of the weaknesses in the U.S. Educational system, is that we're not taught languages, we're not taught geography, and so we may have a very limited view of the world. And fortunately, because we're involved in chess, that gives us a platform to kind of explore the world, explore different cultures, and share kind of the passion that we all have for chess. So yeah, it's interesting because you all were talking about computer science. That's my first degree. And
Yeah.
I was a programmer, and I was sitting in the office 9 hours crunching. I was crunching code for 9 hours, and I said, "This is not me."
That was definitely not me. Those were punch cards. I don't know if people remember that.
But then
I do.
the marketing side of computers, which I liked.
Yeah.
Then I went to get my MBA, and I took a trip to Egypt, and that changed my life.
Wow.
That totally changed my life. And then I said, I got to do something international, and that's what I'm doing now.
Yes.
You know, one thing I like about engineering and computers is the way that we have grown and expanded. It always seems to be a certainty for me when it is a good grounding spot, math, applied math and science. But, I was there when we punched cards and fed them into the computers. And I was so thankful for the day when we got to where we had real processors and we could just do things at the keyboard. So to see things to have grown from feeding a machine punch cards, because if you punched a hole wrong once in that stack of cards, you were in a mess. And,
yeah, I said, forget this. Go play chess. Forget it. Professor Fleetwood, do you remember? Professor Fleetwood, do you remember punch cards? Did you grow up with those, or what happened?
He's got one.
Oh, don't show me that. Oh, no.
You used to take notes on it. You used to take notes on those.
Lord, he actually has them. Okay, now wait a minute.
Yeah, I have a stack here that's kind of a legacy. I used to write notes on those, but I confess these were actually given to me from an alum early in my kind of tenure as department chair, because he said, "You probably don't remember these," and I said, "Yes, I do." So,
I do. It was a painful experience. And when I left the University of South Florida after I received my MBA, they brought in these things. I said, "What is that?" They're called monitors. And I was going, "Oh, you got to be kidding me," because we had to suffer by sending all those cards in. I said, "Forget this." So I went to law school, did something more rational than try to do that. Now, do you teach computer science at Vanderbilt, or what do you teach at Vanderbilt University?
So I teach in the electrical engineering program primarily. I teach, I've taught 3 courses many times here. One is a graduate class in my specialty, which is on radiation effects on microelectronics for space systems. And so then I've also taught, so that's a graduate course. Junior course in electrical engineering, I teach in electricity and magnetism. And that's like Maxwell's equations and, electricity, magnetism, waves and fields. And then for fun, I teach a freshman seminar on Moore's Law and the microelectronics industry.
Wait, does Moore's Law still apply today, or is that?
Moore's Law definitely still applies. Moore's Law has been going strong since kind of the 1950s, and it's still the guiding principle for technology development. And so, so every year I have about 35 students. We learn all about Moore's Law, and then as part of this, we do a stock market simulation, and we have a lot of fun with that.
Oh yeah, stock market simulation could be good. Now, Moore, didn't he used to live in your area, Jim, in the Silicon Valley area?
That I could not.
I thought he did. He worked for Intel years ago. Right, and then he developed this law. He goes, well, the computer programming power is going to double every like 3 years or some crazy number like that. And I'm going, ultimately, you got to flatten this curve. I mean, it's got to stop. I mean, that would be my thinking. But you know, no. Now you're also an inventor. What sort of stuff have you invented? I mean, inventing's kind of a hard thing to do. So, what sort of stuff have you invented? Hopefully you invented us away from the punch card. I hope that was one of them. Yeah,
inventing is a hard thing to do, and I've been more a breaker of things than an inventor of things. But like I say, we did have this one kind of lucky thing where we were actually trying to characterize the physics. But here at Vanderbilt, we've got quite an active program. We've got a Center for Technology Transfer, and so they assist the faculty members who are inventors. And so I'd say I've been more an enabler of inventors than an inventor myself. So a lot of our faculty members are entrepreneurial, and you know, that's encouraged. And the university likes to be your partner if it looks like it's going to be successful.
Of course, yes. Monetization. By the way, we had on the technology transfer expert at NASA, National, and apparently they allow technology transfers, and they do partnership programs at NASA. Right, Kim? Remember?
Yeah, Mike Lester's organization.
Mike Lester. I don't know if you know him.
Actually, so I need to send him a congratulations, and maybe he'll come.
What did he do?
Yeah, they have all of these hundreds and hundreds, thousands of patents that don't really ever get put to good use. And there is a program that you can go join and go look at the patents. And if you want to use them, you apply to use them. You negotiate a deal with NASA, and you can use and do something with the patent.
Right.
Which is a great way to get a patent without having to go to the.
Without having to go through all the work of getting the patent.
I mean, you could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars getting a patent,
right, and
protecting it on top of getting it, whereas you've got NASA behind you on a patent. I mean, that's. Right. So, you go. If you want to know more about it, email me and I'll send some information.
Yeah, because Bill Gates, as you well know, did really not invent DOS. He went and bought the program from Tim Patterson at Seattle Computer Works. And then his dad goes, who's a lawyer at Preston Gates Nellis, goes, why don't you license it to IBM? Oh, good idea. And he licensed the software that he didn't even develop to IBM. And then all of a sudden, $100 billion later. So I'm a kind of a big believer in what I call the ringer theory. If you can't win the Pan American Intercollegiate, bring in Larry Christensen, Ron Henley. They'll win it for you. If you can't invent anything, and I can't invent jack, team up with NASA. They invent a lot of things.
The thing that you understand is so much exists out there in patents already that it's so hard to get a patent process through. It took me from 2012 to 2019 to get my patent processed. And it was a software and hardware. And when I first filed for it, they said, we don't accept software patents anymore. And I'm like, well, you're going to accept this one. This one will go through. Because I was an engineer for so long and I already knew what existed out there. I was confident. There were several other people who were coming.
Well, Nick,
she froze up.
You've done really well for yourself, but isn't patent law the sport of
so much for the computers?
we need to get patent law back on the computer. What happens in patent law, here's the deal. If you're an attorney and you do not have a hard science background in engineering, biology, or one of the hard sciences, guess what? You cannot sit for the patent bar in the United States. So since I made the mistake early on, I went to political science because my because I know you're laughing. Okay, Homer, here's the real story. Okay. My dad wanted me to be a lawyer. He goes, I go where the money is, be a lawyer. Because I can't believe it. You make a lot of money, all I have to do is throw a deed in there. I said, okay, fine. And he owned a printing company that we owned in Tampa since like 1929. My grandparents had it. And so our advisor goes, oh, you got to go to political science. Well, I graduated when I was 19 years old and realized that was a mistake because I'd clept a lot of classes. I need to go to business. So I went and got my master's in business administration, which was a useful degree. But unfortunately, I got tagged with the poli-sci. And see, the hard science was those engineers who used to say, there's no degree at the end of that rainbow. So except for Dan Fleetwood, no one gets a PhD in engineering. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, you get a master's degree and that's enough. Now you make lots of money. Why would you want to get a PhD? Which is, I'm sure, a subject.
If laughter is the best medicine, you're making Holmes' day.
I know. Right. I'm just telling the truth.
It sounds like the same. It's my story, except 20 years earlier.
Yeah, and so you end up bouncing around education. I mean, that's kind of the way it is. Then I went to law school because that's the ultimate goal, is to get that JD, baby. But then chess goes out the door. Okay, see, this is the problem. Okay, so when Larry and Ron went to New York, I played with them during the summer, played chess all summer long, GHI International, World Open, playing average rated ELOs of 2,500, and you get real good real quick if you're rooming with a grandmaster and all you're doing is playing grandmaster. So I went back to Florida, and I was driving with an expert, Eric Beal, to the Florida State Championship in Miami. He says, who's going to win this year? Solario, Brummer? I said, no one's going to win except me. I'm going to win the tournament. He was going like, what are you talking about? I said, I spent the whole summer getting beat up by 2,500 players. The top rated player back then was only 2,300. Those were your cannon fodders in the tournaments I played in. So I ran through the whole tournament and won my first state championship when I was 21. And unfortunately, won another one with Arnold Denker, then had law school. And law school was like this: weekends, study, forget, chess. And that kind of like my chess career was forget it, because it was law school and married kids and all that stuff. But I went back when I was 37 years old just to see if I could win that tournament again, Jacksonville, because I still play a little bit, and I won first place again. So I had 3 state championships, but in Jacksonville, I just got lucky. You play good, you get the good pairings, or you have a good game, a couple good games, and you can win some of these tournaments. So it was a lot of fun, but I realized that, you can't, it's almost like this. You either have to play chess or you have to have a life. And so I really respect Professor Shabazz and Dan Fleetwood because they have both. I mean, it's so hard to do both, to have a life and also play chess at the same time. Notice the same accolades don't go to Jim. They could, but they don't. He wrote Chess for Dummies, so he's a rich entrepreneur now. He just gets smartest thing you did.
I have a young man in Perth, Australia. Okay.
Yes.
His name is Shaquille Lattimore. I would like to introduce him to you guys. You're going to be able to get a big kick out of this young man. He's our investment banker. He funds most of our projects. He just sent me a note saying, I could definitely add to this chess conversation. My uncle in Fiji was taught chess by a member of the British military. So apparently he is a champion, but down under.
Yes, right.
So if you would be so kind, next Monday, I would like to invite him to come and have a conversation with you, fellas.
Yeah, just send me
the link.
Holmes, just send me his email address, and I'll get a link for that, because we're a very chess-friendly community here at IBM TV. Good news about chess, it goes around the world. In other words,
luckily for me.
I'm glad Holmes.
Lucky for you.
I have an idea. I'm glad Holmes is here because maybe he can help us out with a little problem. It just dawned on me. We've got a chess player who's stuck on the Ivory Coast. He went over there for a tournament just before COVID hit, and when the tournament was over,
he never came back.
And he can't get home. He's stuck, and he's very, very depressed. He was there for weekend provisions, just like my son who went to New York and got stuck in New York. He only had a week's worth of provisions, and he ended up being there for 4 months before we could get him back home. I know New York is in the same country, and it was still difficult. So So I feel for him. My heart just breaks, especially when we were speaking with him and he shared his experience, which was like Dr. Shabazz shared with us, very much like Indiana Jones trying to cross over the river and then was met with guns.
Maybe Dr. Shabazz could give that story again, Holmes. You got to listen to the story. Dr. Shabazz, tell us the story about Abdu and his thing over in Nigeria.
So this is insane. What happened? He was playing in a sub-zonal tournament in Sierra Leone, and so they had to end the tournament prematurely. I think 2 rounds before it was to finish, they had to end it because they wanted the players to get back to their respective homes before the borders closed. So anyway, the tournament ended, but the airline canceled Adu's flight. And so he said, okay, well, since I can't fly, I'm going to hit the road from Sierra Leone all the way to Lagos. And, you know, if you look at a map, that's a long way. So they start out in Freetown, Sierra Leone, which is the capital. They go 9 hours to Monrovia, Liberia. He spends the night there. He takes a motorbike across Liberia. That's another 8 hours. The bike breaks down in the middle of nowhere. And so he does this video where the guy's in the back trying to fix the bike. And then I asked him, I said, well, what happened? He said, well, the guy fixed it. And so they get to Cote d'Ivoire and he takes a bus 12 hours to Abidjan, which is the capital. So from Abidjan, he's trying to get over the Ghanaian border and they take a canoe. Before the border patrol stops them, their guns drawn, and the Ghanaian guy with them. The Ghanaian guy didn't go on. They said, "Okay, you can go on, but you, Adu, have to go back across the border to Cote d'Ivoire." And so that's where he's been since March 24th.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is actually a true story. So, and he was the chess champion of Nigeria. He's an international master, one of the top chess players in the world, and he can't get back home due to COVID-19. And Holmes, since you've navigated the whole world, okay. And by the way, I checked. There's no flights, Professor Shabazz. There's no flights right now. So,
well, we have a friend whose name is Dr. Queen Blessing. She is in Atlanta, Georgia. She represents, in a lot of ways, the African Union and at the United Nations. I could ask her if she could assist in any way.
That would be pleasant.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, because we have an attorney who's in Nigeria who works at Global Law, which has about 180 countries that they operate in, and they're independent law firms. But the real problem is it's not a Nigerian problem, because it's a problem having to go through all these other countries and get out and go there. So it's
maybe she can find a way to how. I mean, I think anything at this point.
We have
this poor soul.
We have also access to private aircraft. So
there you go. Because the other countries don't matter if you're flying over them.
Right. Yeah. It seems to me that the flight is the only way he's going to get back, because to go through all those borders, you have to go through all these different countries, and everyone has different rules. And just like Donna.
Maybe if someone is already taking a private flight anyway, maybe he can hitch a ride. We can help, find a way to GoFundMe and pay for it, and help. But maybe that could be a way to get him home, because he's just so depressed. I mean, I listened to him and I could feel the pain, because I knew what we were going through with my son being far away with no friends, kind of locked away from everyone, having to find a place to live, because he thought it was just going to be a couple of weeks. So, as we all did. But anyway, and getting a rental car was not as easy as we thought to get him home. So I feel the pain. I feel the pain.
Yeah, one of the problems.
Shaquille's been watching here from Australia, and he just sent me a message and said, "We also have private planes. We can assist here."
Private would probably work.
One of the problems one of the
Thank
problems
you,
with
Shaquille.
the situation is that the ECOWAS region, which is the Economic Community of West African States, they have uniform policy in terms of border closure. So it's going to be very difficult for him to navigate that situation until the end of the month. He told me it's going to be late July before the borders open and they allow flights to move around. But still, that we could investigate and see what other options he may have.
Private flight might be able to go in and out a whole lot easier than commercial.
It's funny how money works. Okay.
Yes.
Especially,
it's always funny how money works. All of a sudden, things change
They
in
go
front of
away.
your eyes.
Go away.
It's a universal
Everybody that
language.
told you no, 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 no is all of a sudden saying
Yes,
welcome.
yes.
So
It's a universal
Shaquille just told
language.
me
Let's
he
bring
would
it.
do the favor, but what did he say? I want a free chess lesson as a favor.
Oh, free chess lesson is a favorite.
All right,
Okay, that sounds
guys.
good.
1,
Yeah.
2. I see. I know of 4 chess lessons right here.
Hey, the universal language. Hey,
Definitely not me. You don't want lessons from me, right, Sasha?
definitely not. And can
Sasha
you
plays
have
with
the
me in
universal
person.
language you can show everybody? You have a universal Benjamin and Kit.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
But
mine
I-
is
I-
and-
universal.
It's what?
He doesn't
Let
have
me get that language right away. Just give me a minute.
Okay, we'll go.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
he's
pull
gonna
up universal
bring the
language.
universal
Oh, he
language.
doesn't have it on him, right? He has to go
Usually
get
does.
it. He usually has it on him. Yeah.
He's pretty good at that. But I think the private flight's the way to go. I did look at
You know,
Absolutely.
this is the most universal language, right?
Yeah.
This
Gold
right
card.
here, the credit card is the most universal language.
That's
And if
true.
you
too.
don't like that, you can go to Vegas and
Yeah.
play the Kings. So
That's Sasha's.
Yeah.
But
Oh, there it
you
is.
go.
Okay, turn it the
you
other
know,
way.
you
Upside down, but it's okay.
yeah, there you go.
Upside
I
down.
can read it either way.
And Kit, upside down. Turn it the other way. It was upside down. There we go. Benjamin.
It's
Yeah.
upside down.
Benjamin. Everyone knows the Benjamin.
Everybody knows Benjamin. Benjamin.
But if we could get a private flight and we can't get it to Nigeria, we might be able to get it to St. Louis. So
Get it to St. Louis. That's true. That's quite possible. But
that's the
Well,
chess
what we're
mecca here
thinking
now.
about is if we could get him to the U.S. and then get him to Nigeria. We hadn't even
Absolutely.
talked about that. If there was a way we could,
Yeah.
fly him to the U.S., let him play some press tournaments here, and kind of build out the story, and then let him go home. But we were just looking for a way. The other day, I was whiteboarding. Well, if we can't get him across these borders, can we get him here? Because we were kind of playing with that when we were trying to ship PPE around the world, and certain countries wouldn't let certain ports accept certain things. The things would come through the U.S. and then go out. So there are different
Kimberly,
ways.
a good manager knows how to delegate, and I think we should delegate this to Holmes.
I think so too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Holmes is in charge now. Okay.
This is what I say. If somebody, has a lot more knowledge in this area, let's definitely do that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
am like
I think he's the
Professor Dan,
chairman
I
of
write
the.
things.
I think he's chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, right, Holmes?
That's correct.
There we go. So he's used to taking charge of things. So he can handle.
Internationally.
He can handle a chess player, the former Nigerian international master.
Yeah,
Nigerian
I don't think we
chess
need to rack
player.
our brains anymore.
And then we don't have to rack our brains anymore. So
But we'll be here to support. We'll have your back.
Absolutely.
We'll be here to support. And whatever needs, and definitely give chess lessons. If we need to trade off chess lessons, we'll do it.
Or a correspondence game.
Shaquille says you need to teach him to beat IBM Blue.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
sure.
All right. Okay,
We'll use Alpha Zero.
And wait a minute.
That's right. Cheat.
Cheat.
There we go.
Now,
Okay,
guys,
so from Malaysia, our PhD scholar Sharif has just joined us. Just to do a quick introduction, Kimberly, for those people who join us at the hour, Kimberly Calhoun, who's actually sits on the North Carolina State Computer Science Advisory Board from Raleigh-Durham, and Kit, who is actually is with IBM TV out of New Delhi and directs our programming. Jim Eade, who's a FIDE chess master, retired off royalties for Chess for Dummies. good book. Professor Dan Fleetwood at Vanderbilt University, who's also an ICCF chess grandmaster. Professor Shabazz, who's actually a professor at Florida A&M University, also a chess expert. Holmes Stoner, who's with the American International Chamber of Commerce, who's going to save the day by getting private flights for our Nigerian chess master who's trapped in Cote d'Ivoire. So, and Alexander Starr, who runs our program Chess Stars, and Sharif has just joined us from Malaysia, who's a PhD scholar in Malaysia. Tell us about what's going on in your neck of the woods, Sharif, in Malaysia.
Malaysia is good. Malaysia is good. So I'm just hearing something about the Al Jazeera, right? Al Jazeera
Yes.
reports and other things. Yes. So it's about Malaysian report or any other things?
Well, what is the COVID? What is COVID-19? How many? You have a population about 30 million people. How many people have died of COVID-19 in Malaysia right now?
Malaysia basically is 118 people died. Even today, I think only five people affected by COVID-19. And yes, step by step, everything actually opening right now in Malaysia. I do not want to say 100% free, but step by step, everything opening. Yes, economy-wise, Malaysia is highly dependent on tourism and this kind of things. So, and it's a global pandemic. So, yes, this industry is present situation. There are some problems, but other things they are opening, and hopefully by 6 months to 1 year, it will be very positive. What I can understand from the local economy, local expert, researchers, and the policymakers and the corporations.
Okay,
Yes.
so here we have a country that has 30 million people, approximately, a little more than that, and has a death rate of 118 people. We have 300 million, so we're 10 times greater, but we have 130,000 people die. Professor Shabazz, what happened? Aren't we supposed to be the best and the brightest country in terms of medicine? And why is it that Malaysia has very few deaths and we're being slaughtered right now? What's the story?
Well, that's a very complicated question, because you can look at it in so many different levels. And if you look at this society, it's so heterogeneous, which means that there's just so many different groups. And I think because of that, there may be some difficulty, especially the way the political system is set up. It's very difficult to get this kind of cohesion. If you notice, whenever the U.S. is faced with a catastrophe, there's always these problems. Like Hurricane Katrina, there was a big problem in terms of readiness. But now we have a situation where people are saying, okay, I don't want to stay in my house because I want to get out, and you violate my rights. But I think it's on a lot of different levels. You just had a situation where people didn't take it seriously, because frankly, the U.S. has always been able to deal with its problems in a very palpable way. It's able to deal with it, but now this one is a little different. And so I think it caught the country off guard and thought that it could deal with it. And now we're 130,000 deaths in, and almost 3 million infected. And I think it just, the wheels just came off. And you had a lot of conflicting information, and people, should we wear masks? Should we not wear masks? It's just been a lot of confusion. And I think it's because of a lack of cohesive culture that we just don't have it.
I think it's a lack of direction. We had a pandemic team, and we fired them. And any smart business person and leader, if something happens, you hire those people back, or you hire people who do those things. And I just think by having a lack of direction and a lack of skilled people who manage these kind of things is the reason why we have failed. There's some other reasons, right?
Well, let's ask
Professor
Fleetwood. You're a super smart guy. You invent a lot of things. ICCF Grandmaster, professor at Vanderbilt University, computer science, electrical engineering. How can the United States, which has the most expensive medical system in the world, the best and the brightest people purportedly in the world, get embarrassed when Malaysia has 118 deaths and we have 130,000 people dying? What happened? You got to turn your mic on.
And he's got to leave pretty soon.
There we go.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So when you've got a situation that calls for long-term strategic planning coupled with excellent tactical execution, and you spend a lot of time looking for one movers and doing spike checks, you wind up here.
Yeah.
Okay,
you wind up here talking about it.
I mean that's fair enough. Yeah, we're at the hour, so if you have to leave, you just that's fine.
All right.
Go. But
thanks everyone. It's been a real pleasure, and wish you all well, and wish everyone out there watching well.
Right.
Take care.
We'll
Yeah, take care and come back again.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Right,
See you.
All right. Yeah. No, this becomes a real problem that Sharif brought up when he was saying such a low death rate. So, Holmes Stoner, you worked in that area of the world. What's going on? Why are we being embarrassed by the people in Malaysia, where they have very few deaths and we're getting slaughtered?
Very simple. We're too free. We do anything we want. We don't listen to anybody. It's as simple as that.
Is it called free-dumbed? D-U-M-B? Freedom?
Freedom.
But freedom.
That's a new one.
Have we freedomed ourselves?
I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, I live on near Venice Beach. Venice Beach is only a half a mile from here.
Oh, wow.
Venice Beach is one of the most famous places on the West Coast.
Yes.
Okay, Venice Beach has a big sign in front of it, beach closed. You know what I see when I look out my window? I see lines of people with beach chairs and all kinds of things that want to go to the beach, to a closed beach, okay, with no masks on. So even the state of California said that they would give people tickets, citations for $300 for not wearing a mask in public, and I've got a line of them in front of my house here. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. The problem is that they don't want to listen. They're too free. They can do whatever they want, anytime they want, and they just feel that this is violating their civil rights or whatever. That's the problem.
Another example, Holmes said, because if I have high-speed internet, I have DirecTV, I have my books, I'm fine staying at home, but I just don't like to be told I have to. So, it's that kind of instinct that Americans have either been blessed or cursed with, that we don't want to do what we're told.
Yes. Now we're going to listen to India. What's going on there, Ankit? What's the story there?
So I believe it started from the leadership and politicians, because the politicians started wearing masks and follow the precautions. I think the public would follow that, and that's what happened in India. All our politicians, whenever they come out to address the nation or to talk to someone, they show that they are wearing a mask, or maybe the mask is somewhere nearby, so that they can grab it and use it. And I am not aware, but I see that a lot of press conference going on in US, especially in the election period, and there is no mask. So if there is no mask for the leadership, why people will carry that mask? And also, there is no health bulletin going on right now in US, that what's going on and what should to be done and what not to be done. So that is around the world as well. And if there is no health bulletin, that means everything is fine and everything is as per the business, and people are focusing on elections and economics and things like that. And no one is talking about something which we call as like a health innovation, or maybe a health policy or global health policy, something like that, which is talking about health, because we were discussing about health earlier, but now it's all about economics.
Well,
no one is talking about health and how we can overcome it, basically.
Right,
So I think that is the
right, kid. It's all about the money. You're so right. I mean, and people are not, and I think Holmes hit the nail on the head too, as well as Jim, is you're taking away their freedom. But what people fail to understand is the data supports that wearing a mask it doesn't prevent you from getting it. It prevents the mass spread, and that's what they want to do. The doctors want to be able to control this. And just like previous viruses, and people just need to get educated. But previous viruses, we waited until we got them under control, right? That's the first thing you want to do. Get it under control and learn how to treat it. A lot of them we never found cures for. Ebola, right? SARS, MERS, none of those did we ever find a cure for, even the flu. But what we learned to do was learn how to live with them, or when they start to spread. Malaria, okay? When malaria starts to spread, they have little alerts. And that's how they're able, and they contain it right away. Ebola is the same way. The minute Ebola strikes, they send in a pandemic team. They set up a center.
Right.
They get it under control. And that's how they've been able to reduce fatalities. And so I think the big thing here is to get a pandemic team in place, a global one, and control it. And the best pandemic team are infectious disease doctors, period. All right. Not Dr. Fauci. I respect him, but infectious disease doctors. Watch 93 Days. It is a true story with Danny Glover, but it's a true story how Nigeria shut down Ebola in its
you can watch that on IBM TV.
And it was a Virginia doctor.
Channel. I'm just going to do brief introductions. So we have two new people who have joined us, and for the people that joined us on IBM TV after the hour, and we broadcast to 100 countries right now. So from people all over the world, they can listen. But I'm going to just do brief introductions for those who have just joined us. We have Ankit, who's our director of the Health Channel at IBM TV out of New Delhi. Kim Calhoun, who sits on the North Carolina State Computer Science Advisory Board out of Raleigh. Professor Shabazz, who's from, he actually is a professor at Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, also a chess expert. We have our PhD scholar Sharif from Malaysia. Alexander Starr, who is actually runs our program, our investment program, and Chess Stars from Toronto and also from Russia. Holmes Stoner, who's the chair of the American International Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles. Jim Eade, who's the writer of Chess for Dummies and a FIDE chess master, and who has joined us is Tom Snell, who's an attorney and financial advisor in Sanford, North Carolina, and Robert Powell, who I believe is the editor of TheStreet.com, but I'm not sure what city you're out of. So Robert, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and where you're from and what do you do?
Sure. I'm the editor and publisher of Retirement Daily on the Street. I have been writing about personal finance since 1986. I've been published in the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, Market Watch, USA Today, and I'm also a certified financial planner, and happy to be part of this panel.
Okay, and Tom just disappeared just briefly, and we were talking about the problems of COVID-19. Robert, that Malaysia and Sharif keeps popping up, and I get the death reports there are 118 out of about 30 million people, where we have 130,000. So how is it that we're purportedly have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, the best and the brightest people in the world? How come a country like Malaysia is just beating the tar out of the United States of America when it comes to a very low death rate in COVID-19? What's going on?
Well, I can't speak for Malaysia, but I think here in the States there's a couple problems. One is we approached the problem a little bit too late in the process, right? And we, especially in places like New York where there's high density, it was raging before we could put in place stay-at-home orders. And I think that's the same is true here in where I live in Massachusetts, in the Boston area. At one point, Massachusetts was the third worst state in the United States. And I think part of it was that we were just a little bit late in terms of putting in place stay-at-home orders. The good news is, obviously, places like New York and Massachusetts and places that have put in place aggressive stay-at-home orders are now experiencing a downtrend in terms of number of cases and even the number of deaths. So I think if nothing else, we've proven that as bad as it was, it can get better if the citizens of your state sort of respect the guidelines that were put in place by, at least in our case in Massachusetts, our governor, who I have to give high praise to because, among other things, not only was he aggressive in terms of putting in place guidelines, he's also a former healthcare professional. He was the president of a health maintenance organization for many years before he became governor. So I think he understood what needed to be done. And it was based on science, right? So it was really pragmatic here. But I can't speak to Malaysia. I suspect maybe that's the same as true as going on there, is that they have aggressive stay-at-home orders and guidelines that people are following.
Well, Sharif, since you're a PhD scholar in Malaysia, you can speak for Malaysia. Tell us, how is it that Malaysia is doing so well over there in terms of containing COVID-19?
Yes, basically I said that there are three strategies, because I closely try to understand the situation from policymaker, from researchers, from governments and the local corporations. What I understand, even how I recognize these things, that there are three issues. Number one, Malaysian government right the way, in a very short period of time, they make a very good policy on how they can control this COVID-19 situation. You know that Singapore Singapore and Malaysia, it's in the same place, but Singapore suddenly is going very up, but Malaysia is not too much of negative situations. So policy playing a very good important things. And second things, what I find this is very important, the politicians, those who are in, let's say, ministers and the prime minister, whatever it is, because I try to observe the other countries, I find that he give opportunity to doing work the local administrators mean doctors. Here the DG, Deputy Generals, Professor Hashmi, he doing a fantastic job with his team. So as their administrations is very good, their policy is very good. And third things is that I find that local community, from the beginning I said, Malaysian local community is very peaceful. You cannot find last 30 years, they do not do any kind of like wrong things. They are very positive. So that's why they follow the government law, rules and regulation very effectively. These are the three combined of ecosystem that Malaysia playing a very good roles. Number one, politicians with their policy and effective policy. Second, administrators and good administrators. And third is like local community.
Okay. So the thing is, they've initiated policies and procedures that actually tend to do, like I think Massachusetts is doing now, alleviate the COVID-19. Now, Robert, you had a retirement for the street.com, and recently, since I teach at Northeastern University's graduate tax program there, they want me to redo everything because of the Secure Act. And there was a study done that the average person in a 401k plan or retirement plan in the United States has $58,000 at age 65. So I ran on my immediate annuity calculator. The average person in America will retire with, now this is average, half will be worse, half will be better, $287 a month. So how do you do retirement plan as a certified financial planner when the average American will retire with $287 a month?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, Nick, part of the problem with averages is that they sort of tend to mislead, right? So what we know is for the folks who are in the lowest income quintile, Social Security will probably represent upwards of 50 to 60, maybe 70% of their pre-retirement income. And though I hate to use averages, you know, people are generally told that they should replace somewhere between 70 to 80% of their pre-retirement income in order to maintain their standard of living in retirement. So in some ways, Social Security will provide as much, if not more, of someone's standard of living in the lowest income quintiles. In the highest income quintiles, I think the folks there we don't have to worry about them. Social Security will represent maybe 15% of their pre-retirement income, and they probably have savings well into the seven figures and will be generating more than $250 a day in retirement income. The people I worry about most in America would be the middle class, the sort of the three-fifths of the middle in terms of income and assets. And those are the folks who I think have two things. One is they might have a house, they may have equity in their house, and they may have a 401k, but certainly not enough in their 401k to replace, say, 40% of their pre-retirement income. So for those folks, there's a couple options. I think one is if you have plenty of years before retirement, you have to save more, obviously. You may have to go up to 20% of your salary to save enough to build a nest egg that will support your standard of living. Two is work longer. The studies that I've read suggest that working longer in some ways is better than earning a higher rate of return. So if you can work to age 70, that's one thing that you should do. A third thing that you could do is to delay claiming Social Security until age 70. That's the age at which you'll get the highest possible Social Security benefit. And obviously, we're living in a world where people are living longer and the need for lifetime income is greater than it ever was before. So delaying to 70 can be a good thing. So if you put all those three things together, save more, work longer, delay Social Security, you might stand a better chance of achieving as close to possible a standard of living that you enjoyed prior to retirement. Now, of course, there's one fourth thing, which is you can reduce your standard of living in retirement, and that's probably what most people do if they don't have adequate savings, is they just sort of live with what they have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, later on in this program, I believe around noon, one of your favorite authors is going to show up, David K. Johnston, who wrote, I don't know if you know him, he's a Pulitzer Prize winner at the New York Times. Have you ever run into David before? He usually beams at around noon. Have you run into him before, Robert?
I've read his work. I don't know him personally, but I think highly of him and his work, obviously.
Okay, well, he usually comes in. He's usually our noon. If you hang around until noon, he usually beams in around noon. But he has definitely some opinions relating to this, and also our friend.
Let's talk about this a little bit more, though, because one of the big things that I've been observing lately is the impact that all of this is having on the middle class Americans. I mean, one of the things Nick and I did was we wanted to start a TV show to help close the gap between poverty and sustainability. That what has been holding everything together, the elasticity of everything, the dough is the middle class, and we're stretching it too thin, right? We're expecting way too much out of the middle class people to handle both ends. And I just recently looked at, we put out $4 trillion into stimulating our economy. Where did that money go? It stopped, right? So we got $4 trillion that went way up here somewhere. There's nothing happening anymore. That money's not coming back down and starting all over again. It should. So that money's sitting somewhere getting ready to do something, God knows what. And so, but we got this problem of this, we're being stretched too thin. How do we fix this? Because a lot of women can't even get out to work right now, right? But to me, I hate saying this, you guys, but the women, and I've heard this from the professor from Yale, or the dean from Yale, the women are the ones who are struggling the most through this, because a lot of us have to stay home with the children, a lot of single moms out there. And, but how do we not just take care of this, but prepare for retirement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you talk about working to 70. I don't want to work till 70.
It's a big problem. Yeah, you want to work.
Okay, let me put you this way. I've retired 3 times in my life. All right. I'm still working.
This is one reason to bring the ringer in, since you asked Professor Shabazz, okay, what do we do about this retirement crisis? We have average 401k has $58,000. We'll give you $287 a month, which my last statistic means you retire into poverty. You're a smart guy, Professor Shabazz. What do we do about this in the advent of COVID-19, where things seem like they're getting worse, not better?
Well, you know, what's interesting is I'm also trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm 22 years in academia, and I think I'm eligible to retire at year 30. If I put 30 years in, then I get my full pension. But one of the things that I'm finding about this whole COVID-19 and coronavirus is very interesting, because it's forcing us to make some different decisions in life. I mean, we have to cook, we have to stay at home, and we have to cook our meals instead of eating out, which, I mean, that saves money. We're not driving as much, we're not buying as much. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to sit back and reconsider some of the things that Robert is talking about in terms of investments, in terms of money management, in terms of, stretching the dollar. And so I think kind of in a strange way, COVID-19 has caused us to look at some of these financial decisions that we're making. Unfortunately, 40 million people have applied for unemployment, and that's certainly a very sad thing to see. But I think it's causing us to make some recalculations as to how we spend our money, our activities, how much we go out, how much we eat out, and all these other things that involve with expenses. So I think, in a way, it's a good thing that we've had a chance to stop and reflect on our financial situation.
Okay. Yeah. Holmes, you live in the great state of California, which recently upped the tax rates to 13.3%. What are people in California doing for retirement? You chair the American International Chamber of Commerce, but what are people doing out there in the great state of California? Are they going to sit there, just be taxed to death with no retirement savings? How do people handle this out in California?
I beg to differ with you. We are the 6th largest economy on planet Earth. Okay, we have a bigger economy than South Korea. We don't even need to be part of the United States.
Actually, that is true. It's one of the largest economies in the world, is the great state of California. And Jim Mead, who joins us from the Socialist Republic of Northern California, has a different area.
They don't need us.
Well, the thing is, they're their own country, but so the people in California, they're doing okay. Then is that what's happening out there in California?
Fine. California is doing just fine. We have a diverse economy, starting with agriculture that most people don't even understand, that we feed a third of the world every day.
Wow,
okay,
I didn't know that.
That's the mainstay of our economy, is agriculture.
Agriculture, really. So the agriculture is good. So we'll beam south into the southern hinterlands of the great state of North Carolina, and I'm sure Tom, who's had some computer programs, has some computer issues, has now joined us. He is also an attorney in North Carolina. Okay, how are we handling the retirement crisis? It doesn't exist in California. They're going to succeed from the United States. Their economy is 6th greatest in the world. Tom, what about in this great state of North Carolina? How are people handling retirement and COVID-19 in North Carolina? You got to turn we can't hear you, Tom.
My apologies.
There you go. Now the stage is yours.
I think you've mistaken me for a retirement specialist. I am working just on my retirement. I am a benefit consultant and work with businesses to try to help improve their benefit package to attract and retain employees. Kind of my casual observations about what's going on with retirement is, people they're talking about having to work longer. They're trying to talk about what they can do to save money. I can't remember the gentleman's name in academia that was talking about we're eating in more, we're driving less. There's some economic savings there, but I have not from our retirement side, I have not heard a lot of talk about people increasing their contributions to retirement plans. For the most part, they're holding their contributions the same. So hopefully, if the market's down and you're putting the same amount of money in it, when it starts to recover, that'll be a real positive upside. But I certainly don't hold myself out as a retirement specialist.
Okay. Robert, we look at the stock market, and the stock market's still high, yet our unemployment is, 12.4%. We have millions and millions of people that are in the unemployment rolls right now. JCPenney, filed bankruptcy. I think 24-Hour Fitness files bankruptcy. The planes aren't running, and the hotel and restaurant business have crashed. How does the market stay at 25,000 when the realities of it, and the things I see out there, which one reason I have a lot of cash on the sidelines, is that it looks like the market is horrible. It should be horrible. What's going on? Why is it high?
Yeah, so I think two things are going on. One is there's some optimism about how short-lived the COVID-19 crisis will be. The problem with that is I think 50% of S&P 500 companies just revised downward their guidance for the next quarter. So to me, that's a worrisome sign that there's a bit of over-optimism in the market at the moment. And I suspect that we're in for another downfall in the not-too-distant future as people realize that the earnings that they were expecting just won't be there. By the way, I should mention, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe the savings, despite all that's going on with employees and unemployment, that the savings rate in the U.S. has risen dramatically, I believe, in the past couple of months, which is kind of interesting because I think people are now beginning to realize, among other things, the importance of having an emergency fund, which if they didn't realize that before, they realize it now. And the other thing is, thankfully, because of the CARES Act, people can now at least, take money from their IRAs and their 401ks, either in the form of loans or distributions, to make up for perhaps money that they didn't have in their emergency fund, or perhaps that they already exhausted and now need for living expenses. So I suspect that we're going to see sort of a push-pull there, that people are going to continue to save more, but also people may have to start tapping into their 401k just to get by for rent and mortgages and perhaps even other necessities like food and utilities. But to your point, Nick, I think the market is overvalued, and I would certainly be urging people to have, if you can put money into cash right now, to set some money aside to protect against the volatility that's about to come.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that was just my own personal decision. They say sell in May and walk away has always been the strategy, and then around October, November, come back into the market.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend market timing. I think, was it Tom that you said that this is an opportunity to buy low, and I think that's certainly the case for people who are younger, who have a long time horizon. There's no reason to go to cash. But if you're on retirement's doorstep and you're depending on your portfolio to fund your living expenses, having money in a risky asset that you need to have for essential and fixed expenses is hardly prudent.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, Professor Shabazz, you teach at Florida University, but are you going to be teaching this year? I mean, what are you going to do with students? Are students going to show up, or they're putting off education? What's happening at FAMU?
Well, we are waiting to hear from the Board of Trustees on the final decision, but I think what's going to happen is they're going to bring the freshmen on campus, and I think the seniors, if I'm not mistaken. But everybody else is going to be going online, and which I did last semester. And the problem, and I love these technologies, IBM TV, Zoom, Skype. I mean, they're wonderful. But what happened to us was that when this outbreak hit, they told us after spring break, you need to convert your classes to online. So it was kind of a sudden thing. And frankly, a lot of us were not prepared for it. So we had to do all of these classes and go to these meetings, and we had to present our syllabus again, our syllabi again. And it frankly did not go over well with the students because they saw that a lot of professors weren't prepared. And so some of them said, okay, we're just going to take the semester off and wait until this COVID-19 passes. And so it's really been difficult. It's been a difficult transition. But since then, we've had more classes, more training. And I tell my students it's going to be better in the fall because it's not going to be a crisis situation. But I'm not so sure they're convinced. The thing is, when you're in higher education academia, students really want the on-campus experience because college is, frankly, it's social. And so that's where you build your skills, your life skills, your friendships on campus. And many of them are just like, hey, I don't want to take online classes, and it's a real hard problem to try to solve right now. But we're trying to make the best of the situation that we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Holmes, at the American International Chamber of Commerce, has international activity gone down? People not flying, people not seeing each other or doing deals? Have you seen the activity go down, or is the great state of California and the American International Chamber of Commerce still moving upwards?
Oh, we're going this way, straight up. The fact of the matter is that, as the old saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Well, people outside the United States are, let's just say, reconstructing after the pandemic hit them. And the United States seems to be a helicopter with no tail rudder going around in circles. So they're realigning their alliances and realigning their trade practices to fit the current situation. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, so they're making some adjustments. Sharif, what about Malaysia? Is the country reopened again? You guys hardly have any COVID-19 issues. It seems that way. 30 million people. You have 118 deaths. That's not very much.
Yes.
Have you reopened?
Yes. From Malaysia, I just want to add few things, if you allow me, and I need few. First thing first, what I observed that Malaysia is highly dependent on tourism and this related things. Let's say many international students, they come here. Many people come Malaysia for their health checkup. Even many tourism activities happening there. Definitely it's gonna affect it. There is no question it's gonna affect it in this situation. But there is a good point is that how Malaysia actually overcome from these situations. Then this Asia Pacific market, they are taking now they are relying on Malaysia. They are relying on Malaysian healthcare system. They are relying on Malaysian technology. They are relying on Malaysian education system because of the present situation, how they handle. So maybe in between 6 months to 1 year, there is a very good chances that it's going to move forward. Even I give you last sessions, I give you an example of Air Asia. Air Asia is one of the largest aviation industry in Malaysia, and in between just 1 day, they're selling 43,000 tickets. It means that everybody is moving here in Asia Pacific, and I'm also very interested about that. U.S. Chamber of Commerce and how we discussing about this educations and these things. I just want to add some local feedback. Here, from Asia Pacific market, I saw that India-China relationship little bit of tension. But on the other hand, if you see the South Asia, this Indonesia, Asia Pacific market, they are doing more business. What type of business? Basically technology-oriented business. Technology like drone, like AI, like this education system, online education systems, like healthcare system, these vaccines, many things actually moving very fast. And it's my observation that how it's moving, it's even it's better than 6 months before. And now everybody positive because everybody want to engage with the business. So I believe that even US Chamber of Commerce and whatever it is, if they want to engage with the Asia Pacific market, South Asian market, I believe that opportunity is very high. And second thing, yes, I'm also very interested to know about how actually online educations from US actually moving, because let's say in my personal experience, I run a global education networks, and we have a track record. We forward 100,000 students around the world from BSB global networks. And I do discuss with the local students from Asia Pacific, from South Asia, and what I can understand, maybe 30% of the students, they are ready to involve with this online educations, this online education system. 70% students, they want to involve with this American education system. USA, but they want to involve with this Europe or Australia. So I don't know how you will make this strategy, but I think now actually there is a very good opportunity. What is the opportunity? I just want to share in a small thing. If Ankit in this show, I will be very happy. Like example, I do discuss with this Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur campus, Dr. Agarwal's and Pakistan and Bangladesh. So I find that many people from their city, let's say from Dhaka, Delhi, and even this place, they are moving to their village. So I asked the government actually what you are taking, what is your initiative, because many people actually living from your city to the village. They said, yes, this is good opportunity because long time strategically we are trying to help these things and solve these things. But now people willingly they are going village. So we will develop new concept, smart village concept. So around the world we are discussing on smart city concept. So now this market thinking about the smart village concept. So I believe that this is good opportunity. The global people, more we interact, more we work on idea, more we involve with technology. I think here opportunity, especially Asia Pacific, really high, definitely high.
Professor Shabazz, he points out that there's a thirst for American education in Asia, and I'm sure in Africa and around the world. Has Florida A&M University reached out for more of a global campus, or are you still confined to the United States of America? What are they doing over at FAMU?
Well, we have an Office of International Education and Development where we have our relationships across the world with other campuses. We have study abroad programs, and we have the usual activities that a campus would have. But the emphasis isn't where it should be. We should have more emphasis on that, specifically with languages. I've always been an advocate for foreign language study. We just have not had that emphasis. So I try to encourage my students to do study abroad. But the issue with students is they have to be more resourceful. They can't just rely on the Office of International Education office. They have to go out and look for their own opportunities. But it's just not being done at my school at the level I think that would prepare the students for the world that we're going into. You know, everybody is speaking multiple languages. You go to these other countries and you go to these business meetings and people are going back and forth between languages. And then you got the Americans that are sitting around looking at, you know, what are they talking about? You know, because we don't have that kind of immersion, language immersion, cross-cultural communication, geography. And we have some presidents in the past that were just clueless on geography. And that's a bad thing, you know, when you're going abroad. So I'm trying to, with my students, I'm trying to get them to think more globally through my travels, my pictures that I show them. And that's something I think this country needs to work on. They need to focus on this and make this a priority in terms of language study, travel, study abroad, geography, all the things that would make us a true global citizen, as opposed to thinking everybody is just going to be looking at the United States.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you. That was one of my best experiences. I had a chance to go to Oxford University as part of the University of Miami had an exchange program, my first trip overseas. And I was like, wow. I said, wow, I am an American. I always thought, you know, everything was here, because the French, when I went over to Paris, I was homeless for one day because the bus and my friend and I went from law school over to Paris, and we couldn't speak any language. And apparently the bus pickup was in a different place. It took off without us. Now, this is before the internet, before we had phones and credit cards. So I'm stuck in Paris with no credit cards, no money, college student. Where do you sleep? You sleep on the streets of Paris because you have no money, no nothing. And so I got to be homeless for one night in Paris. I thought it was pretty cool, you know, but it was a great experience going to France and going to England. And I would recommend to anybody. Not as exciting as the gentleman who got trapped in Africa. That was a bigger experience, you know, and he's trapped. At least he had chess player friends there. So Tom, what are you doing in terms of with COVID-19? How has it affected your business? I know you're online with us now, which we appreciate, but what's happened to your benefits business due to COVID-19?
I don't remember the gentleman that said it earlier about when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Actually, we've experienced a lot of growth, but a disproportionate of our day is spent now, at least in my life, spent servicing our clients. They have so many questions around compliance issues about furloughing employees versus firing them. How do we bring them back? How do we bring them back safely? What are the right words to say so that we don't end up getting sued by our employees? How do we apply for the loans, the support loans from the government to help businesses that are struggling? How do we get those paid back? Do we have to pay them back? It's really just been all about service right now. So kind of our company's mantra has been to keep our clients happy, to keep our clients. Okay. But we've seen a lot of growth as well. So it's turned out actually to be a positive thing for us.
Yeah. Robert, tell us a little bit about the street.com. Is it an American street or is it an international superhighway?
Well, it was founded some years ago by Jim Cramer. It's thestreet.com, which is a business news website dedicated initially primarily to investing news and investing ideas. I joined the street in essence from MarketWatch about 3 years ago to add retirement among the things that we're focused on. So if you go there today, you'll see that the street is still largely true to its origins as a place to learn about what's going on Wall Street and how to invest. But you'll also see sections now devoted to helping people save for and live in retirement. And that's not just about investing, but it also includes other things like estate planning and insurance and income taxes and where to live and where to find a job in retirement and also age tech, which is becoming a very popular topic among folks as we think about how best to age in place and what are the technology, services, products that will enable people to live gracefully as they age.
Okay, so is it an international superhighway, or is it really confined to the United States of America? I mean, have you gone to the other exchanges? There are other exchanges.
Well, I'd say it's probably U.S. centric, but it's primarily U.S. centric. If you had to sort of pin me on it,
it's just a matter of time. It'll have to go international. And speak of international, who does investing international? Sasha Starr, you have your investment show coming up Wednesday. It seems to me that Malaysia and that part of the world may be a good place to go. They don't have any COVID-19 issues like we do. What is your international show doing, and what are you looking at in terms of investing? You're not Kramer. But see, Kramer has all these little buttons to push and stuff like that, but you are Sasha. So
no, actually, I like Kramer and listen to him almost daily, and he has some good advices, good outlook. He's entertaining. He's fun to watch. What can I say? Well, right now I'm obviously concentrated in my own investments and trying to share with other people what I'm doing. Essentially, I believe that each investor must take care of himself or herself. Its investment the best he can. You can employ different strategies, and I'm not going to discuss it here. But right now in our program, what we are going to do and what we already started is to discover the power of options and how they can enhance your trading. It's very, very basic course for now. Just explain how they work, what are pitfalls of the options, and so on. So this is basically very rudimentary at this level. However, we are moving to more complicated things as we go along. And I would like to ask, what do you think, Robert, about possible exposure to gold while there are trillions and trillions of dollars of new debts being issued? So is that gold providing any good idea of hedging?
Well, Robert is a certified financial planner, so maybe we should get his opinion on gold.
I'm not a big gold fan, quite frankly, either as a hedge against inflation or as a place for as a flight to safety. If you do use gold in your portfolio, most of the people that I talk to when I write about it suggest having no more than 5% of your portfolio in an asset like gold. But I'm not a big gold fan. I apologize.
That's fair enough. Now, what about this thing called Bitcoin? Okay, what is your thoughts on Bitcoin? Robert, we'll start with you.
Oh, goodness.
What is Bitcoin?
Well, I mean, I guess there's Bitcoin as an investment, which, certainly had its run when it was all the rage and is now less the rage. So I wouldn't necessarily be investing in Bitcoin as an investor at the moment. Again, there's that old adage about investing in what you know. And if you don't know what Bitcoin is, I suggest that you might want to either learn about it before you invest in it or avoid it entirely. The other is I sometimes think about Bitcoin or digital currency as something that has a huge amount of promise. And I think about its promise in places where, where the unbanked are. And that might be in Africa or other places where there is not an ATM on every corner. And so for folks for whom there is no bank, this could be an option. But I think we may be a ways away from that happening. One of the big problems for me with Bitcoin is, largely the dollar or the euro is, largely what it was the day before. it's hard to, a currency shouldn't, rise 20% or 50% in one day, right? If you're going to use it as a method of sort of buying goods and services. So, we have a long way to go before I think digital currency becomes a way to buy and sell and transact things.
Or fall 20 to 40% in one day.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Sharif, since Bitcoin's very popular in your neck of the woods, what is your thoughts on Bitcoin? I call it poker chips.
Yes.
But anyway, what's your thoughts over there?
No. Basically, the Bitcoin's markets and these things actually increasing heavily in Malaysia and Asia Pacific, South Asia, everywhere it's improving. Let's say even in Malaysia, let's say there are many foreign people live here in Malaysia. So even example, Bangladesh, Malaysia financial transactions every year $4 billion. So only one country. There are Indonesia, Pakistan, India, many countries, Nepal's, Middle East, many countries people live in Malaysia. So this kind of financial methods now people are using. So the company actually using this Bitcoin and other things, they are really doing good. But on the other hand, the gold market, I just want to add what I see from the present report in Asia Pacific. I think the gold market increased at the present situation 23.74%. Yes. From 2009 to 2020 in Asia Pacific, because I told you that China, India, these are the big markets, and China, India, and people and family and culture, they have big trust on gold. So this market is increasing. It's around 24% increasing. So I understand USA has different culture, Europe has different culture, but in Asia Pacific, gold price is desperately moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Kip, in India, is gold valuable over in your neck of the woods in India?
So gold is as valuable as anything in India, because whenever we have a festival, a wedding or anything, or if you want to invest something, gold is something which is on top priority number one. And then it's about real estate, because the return chart there in real estate, gold is basically just to stock your money without any transaction. So that is what gold is all about. But nowadays we have a lot of gold exchange programs where people buy gold or maybe buy a gold bond, and then they just create some kind of transaction so that the money should go back to the economy and things like that. But if you ask me about the gold, a lot of Indians donate gold to the temples. And if you ask me how much gold a temple gets in a year, it varies from 100 kgs to 1 ton.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the amount of gold we donate to the temples basically, and that's why our temples are as rich as anyone else. If you heard about a company called ISKCON Temples, it's one of the US companies. So they have set up a temple in India, and they earn more money than Colgate.
Really? Okay. All right. So that's a good place to start. Yes, Sharif.
Yes. One thing I just want to add with this gold history, according to Adam Smith, if you find out the South Asia, Asia Pacific, these kind of countries, actually gold is a way of exchange money and business. And present situation, let's say, if you observe this Asia Pacific, let's say Ankit also can give a very good explanation, I think. My observation that South Asian markets, that these countries, they are not like, state is not rich, but much people, they have money. That is the fact. Let's say, even if you find that India, Pakistan, like Bangladesh, this kind of economy, they are growing. Let's say Bangladesh economy, it's around $300 billion every year's GDP growth and these things. But my observation is that their economy is much more bigger than that. And when this kind of pandemic come and situation come, the people have money. So what they do, they will buy gold. Okay, for their safety, for their like when they're facing any kind of challenge, they invest in real estate, or they invest in stock market, or they invest in gold. But in present situation, because I told you, like stock market, there are many challenging situations. So people prefers either real estate or in gold. So culturally, gold is very important for the South Asian market. Even if in Asia Pacific, how I see, let's say Malaysia and this, they have many Chinese people. Chinese community has very strong faith on that. So as there is a pandemic begun, economy goes down, many business goes down. Now people more invest on gold. Now I said, according to report, around 24% growth. I think, which is not bad. This pandemic situation.
Yes.
Just bought 500 shares of Barrick Gold. So
just bought gold after listening to these guys. You're buying gold. Well, I looked at the economy of India, and they are projecting it will increase the GDP 7%. The economy of the United States is projected to decrease 7%. And China, no one knows if the data is correct or not, whether it's going to go up 7%, down 7%. No one knows about that one. But they're all out there buying gold. Tom, what is your thoughts on gold and investing? Where are people putting their money in gold? Are they doing that where you're at?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about gold. I have a little bit of money in gold, but I usually buy like a mutual fund, GDX or something like that, to follow gold miners. I like companies that actually produce something. Gold, just buying gold to me is more of a concept. It's a hard asset, so you have to have it somewhere. With all this debt we're creating, I don't see how gold can go down right now. So it seems like it'd be a pretty good investment. Since I bought my gold miners, they're up 28%. I got a lot of things in my portfolio that are still in the minuses. So my personal experience has been very good. Right. And I think it was Robert that said, no more than 5% of your portfolio in gold. I don't know if you call it a hedge or just a good investment, but I don't have 40% of any of my investment in any one thing anyway. So I think 5% is probably a good number to put into gold.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And silver, you could do the same thing with silver. If you're not buying the hard asset, any precious metal that people run to in times of uncertainty should do well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robert, what about this debt situation? And we know we're off the gold standard, but we've been off the gold standard years ago with the Legal Tender Act of 1862, where we printed $150 million to fund the war, and then we printed another $300 or $400 million to fund it again. What are we doing printing money? How is this affecting? And our market's high, but how long is this going to go where the government keeps going into debt, we keep printing money, and the stock market's still high?
Yeah.
Tell people to do.
So it's troubling to me for a couple of reasons. One is, and it's troubling not less so to me and more so to my children and perhaps their children, because I think they'll bear the burden of having this increased debt load, as they go to enter the workforce or save for retirement or live in retirement. So I worry less about me. The counter to that is, I think folks like, I think it's Stephanie Kelton, right, who's in the camp that says, well, it's no big deal if we're $4 trillion in deficits. We can just print more money, and that's what we'll do to get out of this jam. Mm-hmm. So there are folks who fall in that camp and think that this is not a problem at all, and the only way to get out of it is to print more money. I don't think we'll only know which is the right answer, for years from now, right? And by then it'll be either too late. It'll be too late that we can't reverse it, or too late and it worked out.
Actually, may I add something? For gold to go higher in prices, it doesn't actually have to move up higher. All has to happen is, and according to what you just discussed, that US dollar will drop against other currencies, not substantial, just a bit. And if that happened, automatically gold goes higher in price. And I'm not buying actually physical gold. All I'm buying is shares of companies like Barrick Gold, for example. They have very good production. I know this company because in Canada, they're very popular and it's considered to be one of the safest investments. Although, as we know, it can go down substantially. But I think in the environment where we are now, I think it's fairly safe. Pays a little dividend, nothing to write home about, but still. And you can sell covered calls if you need income. So I think it's a quite interesting opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yep. For people have just.
And Nick, I'll tell you
go on.
I'll tell you one more thing. We were discussing about bitcoins, and bitcoins might be something new for the world, maybe. And a lot of countries are not sure what is Bitcoin all about. But if you go to mythology, or maybe I'm talking about Indian mythology, we used to have a lot of coins which are bronze and gold and silver coins, and every kingdom have their own coins. Now what they do is they barter the coins in return of something maybe. So whenever they do a transaction between the kingdoms, they used to do those barter of coins, and the coins value comes in the basis of which kingdom is more powerful. So suppose I am more powerful than you, so my 10 coins is equal to maybe your 25 coins. So they have that arrangement where the more powerful kingdom have more value of coins as compared to the least powerful kingdom, and everyone has their own coins, which we already have it in our archaeological department museum, and those are not but bitcoins basically. That's what we understand, because everyone manufactures their own coins, they distribute within their community, and people use it to buy stuff, and based on whatever the work do and all those things, and it's all about the power game. And Tom, I think, asked that who is behind the Bitcoin. So there are a lot of companies who are working on Bitcoin, but the problem is that it's difficult to get a universal say on the Bitcoin, because there might be some companies backed by US, but there might be some companies backed by China and India, or maybe some other countries. Until we don't have a universal backing of a company who do the Bitcoins, it's difficult to go the Bitcoin way basically, and that's what my analysis about Bitcoins is. But I just know that there's a theory going on YouTube and Facebook that Facebook is coming up with some digital currency. I'm not sure, but there are a lot of theories on Bitcoins with Facebook and Google. So let's see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard a lot about Bitcoin, but to me, you're buying poker chips, so I'm not really into buying poker chips right now. For those who've joined us later, we have Ankit from IBM TV from New Delhi, who directs our programming, Sharif, who's a PhD scholar in Malaysia, Alexander Starr from Toronto, Canada, via Russia, and also does our investment show, which is Wednesday at 1 o'clock on IBM TV. Robert Powell, who's the editor for the retirement division of TheStreet.com, joining us from the Massachusetts area. In about 4 minutes from now, we're going to have David K. Johnson, the Pulitzer Prize winner, and New York Times bestseller, will be on, and it also teaches at Syracuse University. And that looks like at 1 o'clock, we have Professor Jeff Brown from the University of Illinois, who's the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School, is going to be joining us at 1 o'clock. So with that, we're discussing the economic effect of COVID-19 on our economy around the world. And Robert, you're in the great state of Massachusetts. Holmes says they haven't had much effect in the state of California. The economy is still doing well. How is Massachusetts holding up in COVID-19 area?
Well, I think the economy generally is holding up. What I worry most about is the impact on state revenue, which is somewhere estimated to be down maybe 14-15% or so. And I think that will certainly have some negative effects on lots of services in Massachusetts, whether it's transportation or social services in particular. But I suspect the mass transit system is going to be dramatically affected by this impact. But here in Massachusetts, we have a strong economy. Like in California, we could separate from the union and I think be just fine with the number of companies that we have here, with the educational system that we have here, with the healthcare system that we have here. I'm hoping that most of the companies will survive, but I do worry about what will happen with tax revenues.
Yeah, okay, and that's going to be a big problem going forward for all the governments, unless the state governments, unless they've had rainy day funds set aside for things like that. How are they going to be able to fund their educational systems going forward, especially with a decrease in revenue due to a decrease in financial activity? Sharif, in Malaysia, how are the governments holding out through COVID-19, or has your country even been affected by this?
Yes. Like strategically, Malaysian government, I told you that they are taking a lot of initiative for local Malaysian people. They give a lot of support, small medium enterprise, and many more things. They are giving support. Let's say their employee salary, their subsidy, local community many support, even their 6 month of their many financial support. It's a trillion ringgit support Malaysian government give to the local community. That's why local community is very happy with the government initiative. And most important thing is that I'm finding that I told you the last show about the bank amana, like in microfinance level, they are creating a lot of impact. They are taking a lot of initiative. Those who are small business organizations and these things, they are supporting them. And for small medium enterprise, they also give them a lot of support with e-commerce. And in between Malaysian local economy system, they are trying to solve these things. But according to international business, it definitely depends on how many countries improve the situation. Let's say they are find out 6 countries like Australia, New Zealand, Brunei, Hong Kong, this kind of country, they are doing very good. Vietnam especially. So, and they are start business with them, and for international business and local economy as much as possible, they are trying to give support. Yes, one of the important things I find that yes, many foreign employees and many people, they are losing their job. But I'm sure how Malaysia moving and how I'm observing, because even my house is near Shah Alam. Shah Alam is a big manufacturing place. So I visited different factory. I find that they are now more strong, more united, and they are trying to figure out their financial solution. I think in between 1 year, they can overcome from the situation. There is a good chance.
Yeah. Alexander, did you really just purchase gold? Are you, after listening to Robert, was kind of like, and so the Americans were like this, not so sure, but it seems like the Asian Pacific market was very bold on purchasing gold. In other words, there's a use for it. I always think, hey, look, why do you want to buy something that no one else cares for? But it looks like in the Asian Pacific market, a fast growing economic system, they buy gold for a lot of different reasons.
Agree. But there is more to it. See, the problem is that okay, if your portfolio, if you have certain portfolio and you have allocation between bonds and stocks, whatever it might be viable at the moment, certain amount has to be allocated to cash or cash-like assets. And because of this new debts of trillions and trillions of dollars, and we don't know where it's going to end, because there will be second outbreak, there will be another 10, 15 trillion dollars, or maybe 55 trillion dollars. There's no end to it. If you have a printing press, as Warren Buffett said wisely, how answering the question if America could go bankrupt, he said how a country, the only one in the world that can print US dollars, can go bankrupt. He's absolutely right. It's impossible. But that unleashes the new wave of issuing debts after debts after debts. There's no end to it. Who said that $7 trillion is the end? What's happened if you issue? Well, they should right away at least 25 trillion and just give everybody. You want a 2,000 a month, 5,000 a month, 3,000 a month. Who cares? Here's the money, get it, go to Las Vegas and play, and let's have fun. So the only real value is that you cannot print. You have to extract it from the ground, and there is the endless resource of gold. I mean, resources are limited. It's not endless supply of gold that you can go on. Here's the new gold and so on. Everybody knows the supply of gold. So there, do you think it's without any reasons that the old world until 1974, I think, was in the gold standard? Now it's not. But who knows what's happened in the future? In the meantime, gold is a real value as a part of your portfolio that has to be dedicated in cash or cash-like assets. I think gold is number one, 100%.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're pretty bold on gold right now. So that's
I want to add that I've been hearing this everywhere I go. So Sasha might be onto something, but he is not the only one that I've heard about this. I also am aware that whenever other countries want to prepare for war or prepare for whatever big event coming up, you notice that we end up selling a lot of gold at a higher rate, like our gold change, people are, we'll buy your gold. And they're selling it to other countries. So I think that Sasha's onto something. I've been reading where other people are saying, hey, now's the time to liquefy your assets, become more liquid, protect yourself, and if you can, buy gold, because gold has never lost its value. Why? I don't know. Why that little yellow shiny thing that can melt down to fabtabulous pieces of jewelry has never lost its value? I don't know. I haven't figured it out.
Because Ankit needs it. Ankit needs it for the Indian weddings and the temples in India. So there's a use for it in India. And Sharif likes it because they use it as a mode of exchange.
Even true in Malaysia, even if you go to temples in the Buddhist and the Hindu, they also use these things. One thing I just want to share is culture. It's actually culture. Let's say in Asia, let's say South Asia. It's my observation. They are very much tradition oriented. Let's say South Asian people, let's say 100 people, let's say 20 years before, they start to visit a temples or they start to visit a mosque, then people start to believe that, okay, this is very valuable things, and they come and they join. Like, if you want to understand this Asian economy, you have to understand the tradition first. Like India, they have their own tradition. China, they have their own traditions. It's very much similar. I do not want to say that there are huge difference. Few things, like some of the country, they come up with the Islamic thoughts and many more things. But if you want to understand this economy, let's say Indian economy, I think Ankit may be agree with me. Or example, South Asian, other country economy, definitely it's a tradition oriented. When, let's say, my mother, she start to wearing gold. My wife, she start to wearing gold. This is the traditions. Even example, when I go to marriage, my first priority is that I have to arrange a big ornaments and many big ornaments, gold ornaments for my wife. It's actually social traditions. Even in that present situations, every family, I'm sure, they are relying on their assets. So asset means that their family asset, maybe they have some land, they have some other things, but as their stock markets and these things, not too much of structure like USA or like Singapore, so they are relying on, and this is tradition. Most important thing is that if you want to understand Indian economy, I think Ankit, first thing first, they have tradition. Let's say they are working on, let's say, Mahabharata, right? Mahabharata, long time, 1,000 years, they have their different traditions. So if you want to understand the Indian politics, Indian economy, Indian cultures, if you understand Mahabharata, you can understand that thousands of years they have history. So same thing, Malaysia, they have Muslim culture. How the Muslim culture come? Muslim culture come with the Arab businessmen, right? With the Arab businessmen, they come and they start business. They start to do a lot of work. Then Muslim community grow. Chinese people here come. Chinese people come for business, like a different kind of mining business, and they start to do that thing. So this kind of people, when they come, yes, technology comes, new education comes. Even example, I'm very proud of this policymaker. I asked them, like, what happened in your career? They said, we go to USA for study purpose. Now, those who are very successful in Malaysia, we go to London for our study purpose. Our government send them. Okay, go there, learn from them, come back to Malaysia and rebuild our structures. But tradition is very powerful. Let's say Islamic finance here in Malaysia is very powerful. India, like this gold culture, China, this gold culture, and many things is very powerful. I can understand USA has their own culture. USA is very advanced thinker people, and they introduce a lot of technology, a lot of new things. But here, definitely tradition is very, very, very important. Tradition, everybody has to follow. Tradition, actually, economy based on traditions. Yes.
That's interesting.
And
I'm
what I
going to
want
ask
to
a
add
question.
is that,
What about diamonds? Go ahead.
So whenever we talk about any sporting event around the world, the first prize is gold. And you know why? Because everyone wants to have gold in the pocket. And when you talk about gold, I think they also have a lot of gold because they have a lot of Olympics. or maybe gold medals in Olympics. So that's how that is also part of gold. And also one more thing I'll tell you, in Japan, during the Tokyo Olympics, what they've done is they have collected 80,000 tons of electronic waste and converted gold, silver, and bronze out of it. And to do that, they need 6.2 million electronic devices to make those gold. They don't have to buy gold, going out and buying gold from the market. They just use their own electronic devices and collected the gold, and then use the gold to make those medals. So the gold importance around the world is something, and whenever you talk about anything luxury, or if you want to give someone to something, it's either gold or a diamond or something like that. That is more precious as compared to other gifts. That's how the gold is all about.
Okay, now let me tell you a little secret of mine. So people believe that gold is not good because it doesn't pay you anything and you just hold on to it or so on. It's not true. It's misconception. Because now, since I own 500 shares of Barrick Gold, now I sold short covered calls of July 17th, which is they're expiring next Friday. So essentially, while I paid for a stock 35, I believe 35.90 per share, but I sold 5 calls also, generating $1.05. So essentially, my price is only 34, real price 34.85, and stock is trading now about 36 something. Okay, so I'm already in the money. I'm already making a little bit of money, not much, but I'm so greedy that even $600 in a few days, I just can't leave it on the table. I have to take it. So unfortunately, that's what I'm doing. And actually, the best scenario for me, believe it or not, that gold will not go higher in price. It will stay where it is now. So after this calls will expire, I will sell new calls. And if somebody wants to give me a call and say, Sasha, please sell me some calls, I'll say, yes, I will do that for you. Send me the money. I will sell you the calls.
Yeah, Sasha's great. He'll buy it and then he'll list it at a higher price and put it for sale. Who wants it? As long as he makes his profit, he's okay with that.
I think it's all about just knowing what you're doing. And I think it's because Sasha has a lot of experience, which I think is very smart to work off of other people's experiences if they let you do that. And I don't mean use them. So, but if they're willing to offer and share their experiences, then by all means do it. I mean, that's one of my quotes. Yeah. And actually, I was quoted in a magazine this month because of my quote, right? But other people's experience is priceless. And if they're willing to share it with you, why not? And this is what I tell people. One of Nick and mine's mission was to help close that gap between poverty and sustainability. And what better way to do it than to sit around and talk with some of the world's best experts and people and have this coffee shop style chat about what's going on and what are you doing? That's where you pick up the best information. That's what I told Nick. Yeah, these interviews are great on the set, but it's when we go to lunch that I get the best information.
Yeah, the best. Well,
and that's what we're doing here. We're kind of having that tea party of information. Hi, David.
Speaking of for lunch, David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, professor at Syracuse University, has joined us. For those who joined us past the hour, we have Ankit from New Delhi, Kim Calhoun, who sits on the board of advisors at North Carolina State University's computer science department, Sharif from Malaysia, who also is a PhD scholar, Alexander Starr, who runs our investment show on Wednesday, and Chess Stars, and of course, David K. Johnson, who is well known. I looked at some of his YouTube videos. He has millions of people watch it, especially if he uses the word Trump, and then all of a sudden millions of people come and watch his show. But he also has some other books besides The Making of Donald Trump. He has Perfectly Legal, and also has some very interesting problems. Earlier today, we had from the street Robert Powell. We also had Professor Daaim Shabazz from Florida A&M University who joined us, and also Professor Dan Fleetwood from Vanderbilt. Later on today, at around 1 o'clock, we have the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School, Professor Brown, will be joining us in about.
And don't forget Holmes Stoner.
And Holmes Stoner, who is the chair of the American International.
He's also offered to help get that.
Yeah, help us get our guy out of Nigeria. But one thing that came up recently is that the average American in their retirement accounts at age 65 have $58,000, which translates to an income of $287 a month. David, how's the average American going to retire with $287 a month? Show me how
they're smoking cigars.
They're not, and I actually spent my morning doing another of my analysis of the IRS statistical data, and discovered something very interesting. The bottom half of Americans, that's 50% of Americans who are taxpayers, about 90% of Americans are taxpayers. The bottom half makes 11% of the income in this country. Their average income per capita, so I'm including children or other dependents, is $9,524 a year in 2017. That's $26 a day, $794 a month, which is clearly not enough to live on. Now, this is market income. It doesn't include transfer. It includes Social Security, but it does not include transfers like the Earned Income Tax Credit or other welfare benefits, food stamps, for example. But even so, if you look at them as taxpayers rather than individuals, the income is $17,000 per household. And these folks pay $695 a year in federal income tax, or $2 a day. So here's a question. Is it really worth it to run a tax system to collect from 72 million taxpayers, or about 150 million Americans, $2 a day? If we raise the exemption, if we followed the advice of Adam Smith that taxes on income should apply to surplus incomes, what is more than what he called the necessaries of life, and he explained that those vary over time and they vary by culture and whatnot. In America today, I would argue that a cell phone is a necessary of life, refrigerator is a necessary of life. But by taxing people at such low incomes, people who are averaging $300 a week, to collect $2 a day from them in tax, it's not worth the coin.
No, it's not. I want to add to what you mentioned because of my work with domestic violence victim and women, and a lot of them ended up, getting the offender out of the house and had to go get a job, and a lot of them did not get good paying jobs. But if they made $10 an hour, the tax on that was horrendous. And then it was reduced because, like my sister went to go work for a hospital in the emergency room, though she had no skills. That was the only job that was hiring. She was making right at $9 to $10 an hour, but they made her buy insurance for all of her children. So by the time she got home with that check, she was bringing home less than $2 an hour. So she took on every overtime position that she could get to feed her family, but food stamps and social services would not help her out because she was making, close to $10 an hour. So, basically she was working as hard as she could and got nowhere. Absolutely no. She lost the house. She lost her car. I had to give her everything. We had to put her, of course, in hiding, but, and take care of her that way. But when I look at that scenario, I was like, what is wrong with our system? And on top of it, she was paying taxes that she couldn't afford to be paid. She
should have gotten the Earned Income Tax Credit, which with multiple children would be worth to her around $4,300. But still, that's not very much money. That's about $80 a week. So her $2 an hour, $80 a week net would be doubled to $160 a week. And 3 children, you said, that's, imagine 4 people on that kind of money. There's something seriously wrong with our distribution of income. And I say this because I live 5 blocks outside of Rochester, New York, which was the innovation center of America for a century, up until about 1975. And in the city of Rochester, every sixth person you meet lives on less than half the official poverty level. Now, for a family of four, the poverty level is 25,000. So that means that we have lots of people with a family of four getting by on $1,000 a month, $12,000 or less. This is nuts. And income taxes are supposed to apply. That's how they were sold in 1913 when we got the 13th Amendment in this country. Not 13th, I'm sorry, the 19th Amendment. They were sold to apply to surplus incomes. Mm-hmm. And instead, we have all these deferrals and delays and other favors for people at the top. If we were to eliminate the income tax for the bottom half, which brings in a lousy $49 billion, and collect that then off of the top 2%, and I say that because I'm in the top 2%. We pay, those of us in that group, we pay 8% more in our income taxes. If we loaded it all onto the top 1,400 households in the country, whose average income is at over $250 million a year, their tax would go up by 80%. But still, we're talking about people with enormous surplus incomes. And there's an argument always made, of course, well, you want everybody to have skin in the game. I don't buy that argument at all. I think that we should think about what's the most economically efficient way to do things. And we have this incredibly complicated, rules-laden income tax system that rewards people in certain positions and really, gets people in others. My next book, which will be a whole new income tax system, I simplify things a great deal because, among other things, I replace the corporate income tax with a flow-through system. Therefore, we don't have to have differential rates. I get rid of deferrals except for a modest amount of money you want to save for retirement. And eliminate all these other rules that are just, they're favors essentially for people who can buy favors by renting votes from Congress.
Right. It's so complicated. You need a PhD to read through it. And every year it changes. We talked about this recently. Is every year the tax code changes. I went through this during an audit years ago, and they came back and said, oh, you can't do this, this, and this. And I'll never forget this. My husband was sitting next to me, and I always have this thing of, if I usually do things right, like I only follow the law that I read that year. And I go, are you sure that wasn't the law that year? Because I always follow the law every year. I read it before I file, and I'm getting kicked under the table. Just don't harass them, Kim. Leave them, and I've got bruises on my legs. But he went back and he checked it, and he came back and she goes, she was right. It was the law that year. So even they can't keep up with it. And how many times do they even punish people for doing something they probably did right? But they scare them so bad with their harassing tactics and bully tactics that they take advantage of people. And so the rules are so overcomplicated, they don't even know them. They don't.
Well, David, you keep talking about the income tax. What about the federal estate tax that used to exist for a lot of people, and then they eliminated it in 2010? They brought it back, but here's the problem. Why is it that unless you have more than 25 million upon death, you're allowed to, and I've always told my students the best way to make money in the United States without taxation is to inherit it. Okay, because you inherit it, there's no federal estate, there's no state tax, in most states, there's no state tax, no federal tax, it's all free. The basis is, in other words, you just have a big windfall. And basically, we used to have a federal estate tax system that literally took billions of dollars into the economy. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, if you inherit money, that's okay. Why is that okay?
Well, I don't think it is. But the problem with an estate tax is that you're taxing both basis and gain. And even though 90% of it is gain, it leaves it open to attack by people. So here's what I think we should do. We should follow the Canadians who in the 1970s adopted capital gains at death.
Right.
So when you transfer a stock, if you sell your Barrick Gold and decide to buy Con Edison, and you have a profit, you're taxed on that profit. But you shouldn't be taxed on the basis. So I would impose, in my proposed system, you pay capital gains at death. Now, if you have a closely held business, I would retain our existing rules that say you can take up to 10 years to pay. And I would put an interest rate on it, which is lower than commercial rates, but higher than the government's blended average borrowing rate. Currently, the federal government's blended average borrowing rate is 2% in round numbers. So I would make it 4%. I'd add 200 basis points to it. And you run the following risk. If you don't make the payments because you mismanaged dad's business or mom's business and run it into the ground, tough luck. You owe the tax. We will come and we will take your assets. You're making a bet, and you can't get out of it by saying, I made a bad bet. You're going to pay. And I think that a system in which we have capital gains at death resolves this problem. I would also, therefore, change the gift tax, which was adopted at the urging of conservative Republicans in 1924 as a backstop to the income tax, not the estate tax. What was happening back in the period from 1915 to 1923 is wealthy people would go to their poor Aunt Martha and say, gee, Aunt Martha, I'm going to let you collect my $64,000 in dividends because there's no taxes on that. I'm going to give you $500, which is a lot of money to you because you're poor, and you're going to give me back $23,500. And this was a very common scam. So the gift tax was adopted to avoid this. Right now, you can give away, I think it's $15,000 to as many people as you want, or $30,000 if you're a couple. I'd let you give away whatever amount of money you want after you pay the taxes. If the money comes out of your account, you pay the taxes, and then you, at your rate, and you pass the money on to your children or your best friend or whoever it is out there you want to give money to. But you have to pay your taxes on a timely basis and get rid of deferral, except for assets you haven't sold. You don't have to mark to market, but when you sell, you got to pay.
No, I agree with that.
You sell and distribute, you got to pay. You can. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. You can sell Barrick Gold and buy Con Ed as long as it's in your account, your lifetime investment account. There's no tax effect because I don't want people to lock in. But the minute you remove money from that account, the tax is withheld just as with your paycheck before you get the money. You get the after-tax residue of it, and that's how we know the tax is always paid. You can't get a dime from your employer or your investment account or your business until the taxes are withheld at the point of distribution.
And you know, I think that's where it needs to be done so that there's no question or doubt at the end of the year that it was paid, is when that transaction takes place, the taxes are just withheld. The problem, I think, with my sister was it was just so much that she was working so hard and not able to bring home any money because, you know, everything was taxed on top of it. And unfortunately, that was during a time when I think insurance, you were forced to buy insurance for everyone. But let me ask you this. I learned something, I don't know if it's true, but if, say, you have a house and some property that your children are going to inherit, they can inherit that property as long as it's not worth, in some states, I don't know if it's every state, and I don't know how this works, but I saw this one time where the children didn't have to pay taxes on inheriting the property. Is that true?
Well, yes, because you're under current law in America, you can leave about $11.5 million per person to your children in any form. You can give them jewelry, paintings, cash, whatever. But here's the trick in that, though. And I'm a very good example of this. My wife and I are both highly paid workers. I have a little business, but it's of no consequence. It's a job, right? But writing books and stuff is just a job where I'm self-employed. Approximately 70% of our assets are in retirement accounts. So when we die, our children will get that money, but they will pay taxes on it because they're in retirement accounts. Whereas if the money was in the tax system, in assets, in mutual funds, same mutual funds, just not in a retirement account, we could pass all that money with no tax being paid on it. And this is a crazy system because the vast majority of wealth for people below the 1% is held in either their home or a retirement account.
Yeah. I was just going to say.
They can pass the home free, but not the money that they have in their retirement accounts. And this is just because we have a tax system in America that was literally designed when the hottest thing you could buy was a Model T Ford. We have a Model T Ford system, which has now been loaded up with, just imagine a Model T. It's still got non-pneumatic tires, hardwood tires. The wheels are still made of wood, but we've loaded it up with all sorts of other things around it, and it's creaky and weighted down and not very efficient. And in the rest of the world, we have similar systems that have been set up. For example, the corporate income tax makes no sense in America today because we can do everything on a flow-through basis. But in a country like Honduras, a corporate income tax makes a lot of sense because ordinary people, we don't have robust financial systems, just as America didn't have them 100 years ago. And so you want to get money where there's concentrated amounts of it, and you want to have a corporate income tax. India is probably a good example of a country where a corporate income tax makes sense because there are so many people with such tiny incomes and not robust systems. But now that in any place where people are paid digitally, European Union, the United States, Canada, Australia, etc., then I don't think the corporate income tax makes sense anymore. It turns into a game-playing exercise. And we can collect the same amount of revenue and simplify the system by simply saying when the money flows through to you, you get taxed on it.
Well, and I think that there's got to be a way that we can start implementing some of these changes, because I don't think the current system is going to be able to. I think we're fractured. Okay, I think we're fractured. We're a fractured country. We are seeing a reflection of the fracture, and I think it's only going to get bigger unless we get in there and I don't think patches are going to fix this. Just like
no, and
go ahead,
Kimberly. We're holding back economic growth.
Yes.
If we simplified our tax system, we would have much more economic growth. I mean, we need to remember, corporations are not supposed to exist as vehicles to avoid tax. We create them and allow them, and we allow them. They are not naturally occurring instances. To encourage risk taking, to do that by limiting your liability to what you put into the business. And so we need some very broad fundamental reforms. And what we've gotten instead is 100 years of seeking favors and obtaining them one at a time. And that's how you end up with the tax code, the code itself is about 4,000 pages long. My proposed tax code in legal language is going to run less than 100 pages. And if there is anything above that, it's going to be because of the rules put on the tax agency and what it can and can't do. But there's no reason to have all this brain power. People like Jonathan Blockmacher, who we've talked about on this show, he's a genius in the law, spending his time helping people avoid paying taxes. I'm sorry, there are so many productive things we could be doing with brain power besides figuring out, how to avoid paying taxes. And China has an income tax that was designed by Americans. I filled out a Chinese tax form using American dollars. You do it monthly. It literally took me, the first time I did it, it took me about 4 minutes to figure it out. The second time I did it, which was right after that, 1 minute.
Wow.
It was that simple.
That's as easy as just shopping on the dollar store for me, right? I just click a button and done. I mean, the thing is, it takes hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours. And then if they decide they want to audit you, you can spend 4 or 5 years arguing. And listen to this, the interest rate, if they want to penalize you, is 32%.
Yep.
32% interest rate on penalties.
Right.
And that's insane. Nothing should be that stressful on any hard-paying taxpayer. Even if you made a little mistake on your taxes, right? But like one time I remember saying something and she goes, well, that's the program you use. And I go, but then that's not my fault. She goes, yes, it is. And I go, I'm not going to argue over $100 or $200, but when you're paying 32% on something, that's stupid. That's
let me give you an example of stupid little rules we have. The water bottle I've been drinking from, you'll notice it has a slogan. It's from the foundation my wife runs, the community foundation. Give where you live.
Hold on, let me make it bigger. Hold on.
Give where you live.
There we go.
Give where you live. And you notice the TM at the end, the little tiny TM, trademark.
Yeah, trademark.
All right, this trademark's up for renewal. My wife finds out she has to establish that they've actually used the trademark. So I can now add to her list, it's been used on a global television program to justify renewal of it. But I mean, we have all these little rules like that. And the tax system, I don't remember and can't recite it off my top of my head, but there's because of the 1998 Senate hearings that were all bogus, the witnesses who claimed to be victims were actually serious tax cheats, and the IRS couldn't tell the truth about them. So I and people at other news organizations went out and exposed what was happening. But Congress then passed the Tax Simplification Act. And if I recall correctly, it is section 7804 1B XX T1 or something like that. I mean, I put it in a number of articles. It's a string this long. That tells you how crazy this is.
This is what I tell people. I spend the first month of January reviewing the tax laws. Even if I have a CPA doing my taxes for me, which I still prefer doing my own because I always find things that they won't do. I read and it takes me a whole month to read.
Because you do your own taxes.
I do my own. I have for 21 years. Yes.
Yeah. Alexander, do you do your own taxes?
No.
You have an accountant do them for you.
Yeah, I have an accountant is doing, and I just hate even to think about it. I just give him some numbers and so on, just pay him money, and that's it.
Yeah. And how about you, Ankit? Do you have an income tax you're subject to in India?
We have so we have a chartered accountant who will take care of the taxes in India. We generally require a signature from a chartered accountant. But if you are individual, you can pay your taxes. But in India, only 3 to 4% people pay tax.
Only 4%.
Yeah. I'm talking about individual taxes. I'm talking about individual taxes, not the corporate taxes. Corporate is something which is run by with the corporate affairs. So most of the companies does it, but there are a lot of loopholes and a lot of companies go bankrupt, and there are a lot of theories going around. I mean, when it comes to corporate tax. But what I want to understand is that people talk about tax and changing the tax system and how to make it more easy and all those things. But what about the collection the government gets the tax money? Why we don't talk about the smart way to spend those money, basically? Because whenever you got money, government just spend like anything. So there is no ruling on that. There is no policy, and then we end up saying that okay, let's change the tax system because we need more money. But what about the money they get at certain point of time, and then they should plan it in a much better way?
Well, in the United States, at least, because of the Constitution, we get to see how it's spent in broad outline, not in super fine detail, but broad outline. And Ed Kleinbard, who just died last week, Ed Kleinbard was one of the biggest, best, most sophisticated designers of tax avoidance for rich people. He worked in New York for years at, I think, Cleary Gottlieb. And then he left. He became chief of staff for the Joint Congressional Committee on Taxation. And then he taught at law school in Los Angeles. And I negotiated with Ed when I was writing about him in one of my pieces. I said, can I say that, after a career of showing people how to get away with murder in the tax system, you're doing penance? And he said, I have no objection as long as you put it in your words, not in my mouth. and so anyway, but Ed wrote a very difficult, complex book to read called We Are Better Than This. And half the book was about how we spend our taxes. And his point was that we all fret and we're upset and we don't like taxes. And as a result, we don't spend enough time thinking about how we spend them. So here in the United States, our roads are falling apart. Our bridges are falling apart. The unsafe dams that I made an issue out of in 1976 are worse today. Water mains collapse. All sorts of things are going wrong because we're engaging in what I call I didn't originate the term, malign neglect of the public furniture. And we keep saying we don't have any money for this. I was literally on a radio show 15 years or so ago with a congressman who said, we can't afford any more taxes. He was defending the no tax pledge. And I said, well, what happens when the roads fall apart and the farmers in California, like the orange ranch I grew up on, if we were still there, can't get their oranges to market in your district back in the Midwest? And he said, well, I don't know. And I said, well, I'm sorry. So you're suggesting the whole economy should fall apart and collapse because you don't want to pay taxes? No, you pay taxes to make the economy efficient. And instead of doing that, we keep starving education, science, public health, as we're discovering right now, and infrastructure so that we can spend money on huge giveaways to Warren Buffett and Jeff Bezos and all sorts of companies around the country that I've, in free lunch, documented all the money they get, to sports teams, to all sorts of private enterprises where we give welfare to the rich. And this makes no sense whatsoever. We should be developing commonwealth goods and services that allow those individuals who want to be wealth creators to take advantage of them and benefit everybody else. We shouldn't be targeting money to individual people and companies.
One of the things, though, that you've always said is that what they're doing is perfectly legal because of the way the laws are written. And I've always taken the tax advantages. Yeah, Kanye West running for U.S. president. Woohoo!
We can replace one crazy guy with another crazy guy.
Right, right. But one of the things
so that's the news basically. So a lot of media guys are saying that because of what's happening in the US with black and white, so someone just trying to take the opportunity to be a president of the United States.
There you
That's
go.
what media are talking about.
Black and white issue again. Now,
I think black Americans are very much inclined to vote for Biden are a lot smarter than to be fooled by crazy Kanye West.
I hope that we can be smart about our election this time. But one of the things I want to point out is that because I guess I get audited so much, someone told me that I shouldn't know how to take all of these loopholes, that I'm just your basic everyday small business and I knew too much. So I knew how to take things that most people don't. That was not a good thing. And it's not that I agree with those loopholes. Is they're there, why not? And I don't think that they're like you said, they're always been perfectly legal. But why can't just the common everyday person use it? Why were they just designed for the wealthy people? And
go
ahead.
Well, a lot of the, I'm sorry, Kimberly, for stepping on you, a lot of the loopholes require expensive technical advice from lawyers or accountants. So I could take advantage of them, except that I would save $1,000 at a cost of $100,000 of legal advice. But if you're saving $100 million, it's a nothing to go do it.
Right.
And that's part of what we need to get rid of. Now, in your case, do you know how they pick people for audit?
Well, I'm getting to find out but go ahead.
They use something called DIF score, discriminant function. It's a very simple statistical tool. They simply they literally take every tax return that's filed. So about 150 million of them last year. And they score them based on this DIF score of the likelihood that you are a tax cheat from 1 to 150 million. And then they take the ones at the top and a few down here as a test mechanism. So 1 in 6 audits results in money being given back to the taxpayer. Those are the ones where they're using as test controls in effect. But if your ratio of income to tax paid puts you high in the DIF score, that's how they pick you. Well, if you know how to take advantage of every tax avoiding opportunity in the code, you end up paying a relatively small tax, even though it's perfectly legal, and you end up with a huge DIF score, so they come after you. Secondly, the IRS, they won't affirm or deny, but it's pretty clear that some people get audited much more often than others, and it's because somehow they're flagging tax returns to say, we didn't catch this person, and they keep going back to them. Now, Minnesota did a very interesting experiment on this about 20 or 25 years ago. they sent every Minnesota taxpayer that they were going to audit a notice saying, we're going to audit you on your next tax return. And surprise, surprise, reported income went up substantially and reported deductions went down substantially. That was not what the test was about. They audited you that year, for sure, but they also audited you the next year. And the next year, everybody went back to their old behavior, and that's where they caught all the tax cheating. That's the kind of smart thing government should do.
I don't think if they set up the right tax system, we don't need audits, right?
That's right. Under my system, they won't need audits.
They don't need audits.
They'll only need to audit the person who controls you're getting your money. So when I get a paycheck from Syracuse University, there is the university has to withhold the taxes, and they would audit the withholding agents to make sure that the right tax was withheld, and those people would be criminally liable. They'd have to put up a bond equal to the potential size of the tax cheating. And if you're a little business with 10 clients, you pay a very small bond, and if you're a big one, you pay a big one. And that's where the auditing would go, because you wouldn't, under my system, except for cash you're handling, and we have cash handling laws to deal with this, you wouldn't be able to get any money without it going through an agent who withholds the tax. And it simplifies it enormously.
What about
is it possible if you just pay a certain amount of tax on any transaction? So suppose if I have to give $100 to you, maybe government will get 0.25% of that on each and every transaction, and there is no tax system. It's only based on transaction.
We could do transactions tax on every transaction, which is sort of like a retail sales tax. The problem is, the problem with that is two things. If you do it, you need a rebate system for the poor because otherwise it's heavily weighted, it's regressive. Right. Secondly, as long as you have cash, nobody's going to track cash. My argument, though, is what I started off with today about the bottom half of Americans pay 3% of the taxes. So is the guy who cuts my lawn for $35 every week possibly cheating the government? Well, maybe so. I mean, he gives me an invoice, so probably not. But I used to pay a guy. He cut my lawn every month. I'd give him whatever it was, $100 at the end of the month in cash. That guy, I'm sure, was cheating.
Yeah,
it's not worth the coin. No system is perfect. Let's go where the money is. Let's remember what the famous bank robber Willie, anyway, said in the 30s. Why do you rob banks? And he goes, because that's where the money is.
You don't have to pay taxes on it, right?
And I'll tell you one thing. When we have that Modi government started, managing Indian government after our previous Congress government, they come up with a policy called demonetization, where they banned a lot of old notes just to make sure that they cut cash transactions. And in India, we used to carry a lot of cash in our pocket. So whenever we go out, we have a lot of cash because we are always a cash running economy. But since that happened, and since digital happened, and now COVID happened, automatically people have shifted to digital, and that's how we are getting more taxes and more GST and things like that. But still, we have a lot of tax and a lot of cash as well in the economy, and people have bring back those cash again, and we have a bigger note, which is 2,000 rupees note, and that sometimes the note is scared because a lot of people have put that money in 2,000 notes and put it in their lockers. So there are a lot of things going on. It's always a pro and con of anything like that. But it was a big decision, and you won't believe for next 3 months or next 6 months when the demonetization happened, we used to be in the queue line to make sure that we change our old notes to get a new currency.
Right. And then when people showed up with lots of money who paid no tax, they got hit with a tax bill, right?
Yeah.
It is one problem with going to an all digital economy. Right now, my credit card company has a record of, when I bought gas at Speedway and groceries at Wegmans and everywhere I've been. And so I think that we have to improve privacy laws because Kimberly, let's say you and I and Sasha and Ankit, we're all partners in some business. And you guys all decide I'm somehow siphoning off money. You shouldn't have any right to get at my records beyond what you normally have in a partnership.
Right.
And if you, Kimberly, have another business, your partners there shouldn't be able to reach through you to get to me. So we need to have stronger privacy laws which judges can say, I'm going to look at this in camera. Gee, normally, Mr. Johnston, I would say no deal here, but there's some really strange things you've been doing with money between you and Kimberly. So I'm going to allow auditors to look at this and report back to me. But you got to make a showing that there's a reason. Otherwise, now this is all in all digital economy. It's not good news for courtesans, drug dealers, people dealing in contraband goods. This is not good for them.
Well, and it's not going to be good for people who actually buy from them. Like you said, it's not good for them, but it's not good for the buyers as well, because they're not going to be able to access whatever it is that they were accessing.
But there's one more thing that now it's very difficult to bypass the privacy laws, because it's very easy to get anyone. I can get all the information around the world on the tip of my details, because everything is available online. And I don't think so. Until unless we have a very strict laws universally, it's difficult to bypass those privacy laws. I'll give you a basic small example what's happening in India. Whenever you order something from Amazon, all the details are there on the box. And the box is sent over from 1,000 people till it reaches out to you. Most of the details are in the box, and that also have your email ID and a mobile number, which is in digital world is as important as your bank account. Because if I have a mobile number, it's very easy to track you. And then once I track you and once I step down into your mobile phone, I can always access your bank apps and things like that, and I will always capture the information. So I think things to be done, but that's how the economy is running right now. It's all about getting the money, earning the money.
Yeah, we have to think up a whole new set of rules for a digital economy. Let me give you a simple idea of something in America. There have been a number of cases of relatively poor people who had paid off their houses and had their houses stolen by people who took out a mortgage against it. Well, there are all these ads on TV advertising, buy this service. And then if you read their fine print, they don't really promise anything at all. It's just baloney. But there's a very simple device, if you've paid off your mortgage, to ensure that if somebody tries to take your house away, they'll be stopped. So my house that I'm talking to you from, I paid off years ago. But I keep a home equity line of credit on it. Currently, I owe $0 on it. Occasionally, so I keep it, I'll write a $10,000 check and then put the money back 2 weeks later. So the bank sees activity. But that's really cheap. 2 weeks interest at 3% is what? Nothing. And because of that HELOC, if anybody tried to place a new mortgage on my house, my bank would immediately be alerted and they would tell me independently, because they would have to approve the new underlying mortgage that makes them less senior. But we need to do all sorts of things to rethink security if we're going to go to a digital economy entirely and get rid of cash or minimize the amount of cash. And one of the ways to minimize the amount of cash is no bills bigger than a 20.
I want to talk a little bit more about that little scam that you're talking about, where people can take away your home with that. Can you share a little bit more enlightening on that? Because I've had people use my name one time in getting mortgages, but it destroyed me. Yeah.
So the way that this mortgage scam works is you have to have somebody on the inside who's working with you. And courts have been, unfortunately, in many judges, they've just said, gee, too bad for you, and let people lose their houses, which I think is absolutely outrageous. And any judge who does that, we should remove from the bench. But so you've paid off your house. You pay your property taxes every year. What I do if I'm a crook is I then go and fill out to take a mortgage out on the house saying I'm you. And I phony up an ID that I'm you. I have to have a banker and a closing agent of some kind who will approve this. So I pay some people off. I find a bank agent who her husband just left and she's getting $80 a week, as in the example of what happened to your sister after her husband turned violent. And I pay some money to these people. The notice of everything doesn't go to the house. It goes to my other address. So the actual owner of the house doesn't see the documentation. I collect my, let's say, $250,000 on the house, and then I disappear because the only record of me is this phony identity that I created. then the bank doesn't get paid. They send the sheriff to evict the actual owner of the house. It goes, what are you talking about? There's actually a very good Law and Order episode about this. And you do this mostly in neighborhoods of minimally educated people who are older, because some of them, thinking they may have done something wrong out of pride, don't tell their spouse or their children or seek legal help. They just think they've made a mistake. The Law and Order episode was how the guy took the law into his own hands in a very unfortunate way for both the crook and the man who lost his house. But you need somebody on the inside. You can't do this as a single person. So it's important that we recognize that banks who if you're a bank and you make a loan to someone who doesn't own a house, the position of the law should be very clear. Tough luck. You gave somebody $250,000 and got scammed. It's not the homeowner's problem. They didn't sign the documents.
They didn't do their homework. So let me explain to you what happened to me. Somebody used my identity and bought 5 homes that way. 5 homes. Yeah. And I was driving home from Charlotte to Raleigh. I had an office in Charlotte at the time when I had the phone company up and running really good. And I get a call from the DEA's office, DEA. And he says, is this Kimberly Calhoun? And I go, yes, sir, it is. What can I do for you? You know, you get a little nervous when you get that phone call, right? And he says, I'm going to put a padlock on your home. I go, what? And he goes, we're getting ready to put a padlock on your. And I go, I'm driving home right now. What happened? What's going on? And, you know, he went into this long story that, you know,
you were laundering drug money.
Right.
You were laundering drug money.
Well, but finally I woke up and I go, not that I own it. I only owned one house in my life, but I got smart and I go, can you give me the address of the home you're putting a padlock on? And when he gave it to me, it was a house in South Carolina. So I found out somebody did exactly what you were talking about, but they used my identity to do it. And I pieced it together and I went to, they bought 5 houses in my name like that. I found out it was the same attorney in every one of them. Right. Yeah. And I took this to our state attorney general to see if he would help me because they were bought in South Carolina, not North Carolina. And he wouldn't help me because he said it's not illegal to steal somebody's identity like that. And so then I went, this was
yes, it is. Fraud is always a crime everywhere.
I know, but he didn't want to get his hands dirty. So then I went to South Carolina and they go, well, we can't help you because you're from North Carolina. And so I handed it to him. I said, here's the research. It's the same attorney in every one. I want out of it. I don't own these houses. I don't own the debt. You know, I want out. But it took me years to clean that mess up. And nobody helped me. Nobody. So
this is a real problem in that we need to rethink law enforcement. Half the prosecutors in the United States work on child support.
Yep.
And now North Carolina has a much better system for dealing with child support. If you live in North Carolina and you owe child support, whether you're the husband or the wife, the mother or the father, a court order requires any employer to withhold the child support from your paycheck.
Yep.
And one of the effects of this has been a statistically significant number of parents have given up their parental rights in return for not having that withholding.
Exactly.
So that's not necessarily a good effect, and I'm not sure that should get you out of paying the money. And courts, as a general rule, if you don't pay the money and your kids are grown up, won't go back and say, yeah, you owe the money you didn't pay over 20 years, even if the person is worth a fortune. But we again, this is where we need to fundamentally reform the law to make it simpler, easier, to strengthen the protections of consumers, and to fund offices of prosecutors much more for white-collar crimes, for identity theft, theft of assets, as opposed to street crime, which has been falling now for 40 years.
Well, you know, if you just took a portion of the money that I want to use for tracking of domestic violence, just to prove, you know, both whether somebody's innocent or not, if you took a fraction of that and just fed it back into taking care of child support for people, that would fix a lot of because the biggest problem is I hate saying this, a lot of the men learn that if they acted crazy, did all of these things, that the women wouldn't file for child support. They were too scared to. And because the more you flame that fire, the worse they got. It was just not worth it. You know, I told my sister, it's not worth it. Don't ask him for a dime. I will take care, you know, we will take care of you. And the system wouldn't help. So, yeah, you're right. But if we just took a fraction.
Right. And we don't need to do it through prosecutors. We do it through anywhere you get a job. Even if you leave, in the case of North Carolina, you leave and you get a job in South Carolina. That court order is a national database. All employers have to check it when they hire you. And they say, okay, so Jim, you're hired, but court order from those kids you had in North Carolina here in California, we're going to withhold, you know, $180 a week from your paycheck. And if you don't sign this piece of paper, you can't be employed. We can't hire you. And then we put on employers that if you paid somebody and didn't do this, you become liable for the child support that wasn't paid, which creates an incentive to comply with the law.
And it would be so easy. You know, one of the things I'm real proud of is a little bitty town outside of North Carolina, not outside, just not north of here, going northwest. And they cured domestic violence in that town. In fact, whenever somebody calls me and says, I have a problem, I go, move to this little bitty town. And they literally reduced the repeat offender rates to zero. They've actually reduced the fatalities to zero. And it's because the city itself took over. They have a no second chance policy. They literally throw these guys up against the wall, but they also make them accountable for paying child support and alimony. And if they don't, they're getting a visit by the officer. And to me, if we did this, and I even told them, I went to a couple of town meetings, I go, you know, you are an attorney's dream come true to come in and sue you guys. And he goes, yeah, let them come in and sue us. Go ahead, you know, because they have turned the odds around and they've approved it. They've actually cleaned up the city too. So it was a dying city. It was the furniture capital of the world. And here they are now, you know, they took the law into their own hands, basically. And it's working. But I agree with you. I think that and I like the surplus tax program. I don't know why we can't just write it and put it in place and take it up there and say, let's just try it. Let's just try it.
Well, we got a popular demand for it.
David, you mentioned before something about bank robbery. And I started to think about it, that if you treat it as a business, it has probably the highest return on investment. What do you think? It's risky though, yeah.
I mean, look at the world. What's the business everybody ultimately wants to get into? It's finance. And, you know, it is getting other people's money that you rent at a low price and then rent out at a high price. That's why when we do statistical analysis of bank stock information, banks and financial institutions have to be looked at differently in terms of their asset base than manufacturing companies, because they're not comparable. And in this digital economy, similarly, we have to develop better tools, because the marginal cost of producing one more copy of a software program that you download is zilch. You can't measure it. It is the cost of creating the software. And once you've covered that fixed cost, your marginal costs are essentially zero, except for advertising and customer service. So we need to do a lot of fundamental rethinking of statutory law, the principles on which we do things, protections for consumers, and how we measure economic productivity and economic output. The old input-output tables that I had to do, and I'm sure some of you did in college in the distant past when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I doubt they're even done anymore, except as an exercise to show you how it used to work.
How it used to work. You know what? I don't want to disappoint you on anything, but Africa, we learned that South Africa came over here to study our tax laws, and they're going to implement their tax laws to follow our tax laws. I wish they would have contacted you as a consultant, as opposed to following our footprint, which is very fractured. I know Jim's like putting it, but it's true. We heard this and we're like, oh no. Oh no, we need to write a book. No, you wrote a book.
I just wanted to understand one thing. Whenever someone takes a mortgage or something from a bank, so we have to pay the money in terms of monthly or annually, whatever the terms are. But on those yearly days, there are a lot of days the banks are closed. So don't we think that we should have a plan that whenever the banks are open, we have to pay the money based on those days? Because I think like maybe 100 days or maybe 50 days, the banks are closed in an annual calendar. But we are paying for those days that the banks are not working.
Yeah, Ankit, if I'm the person who put the money up, my view of that would be, I'm sorry, I loaned you $100,000 and you owe me 6%. And whether the bank is open or not, I'm expected to get my 6%.
That's right.
But we shouldn't penalize people if the bank is closed and you can't pay it at the time you expected to pay it. That should be the rule that's fair about those things. And in an electronic environment, I mean, this weekend I moved money on the holiday, July 4th, an American holiday, between accounts at my bank because it was all done digitally. But that's part of the developing robust economic systems, and they allow you to then do other things. I mean, it isn't that long ago. I can remember my father, who was born in 1910, telling me about during the war and even after the war, getting paid with an envelope that had, here's your income written on the outside, and here's the withholding for taxes, and here's the cash to the penny. And people would stand in line to get paid that way. I think I first had digital deposit of my bank money about 1980. Up to that point, they gave you a check, and you had to physically go to the bank with the check. And you notice all those bank tellers now they're gone.
Yeah,
I filled out
my
first employment check to be electronically deposited for me, I think in 1986 or 7. I still, up until that point, I still collected a real check and a real reimbursement check for traveling, which for me, it was easier for me to maintain my books, I guess, because I, did the checkbook and everything. But I like doing it that way. We've got Lynn here. I do want to ask you a question though, David. What's happened to the $4 trillion? Where is it that we wrote for stimulus checks?
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's pretty easy to explain. Number one, a great deal of it has gone to individuals who spent it. It's gone, and we need further support for people who don't have work. Secondly, corporations, the amount of cash the corporations have on deposit. I think I talked about this 2 weeks ago, and Ankit put up a little chart that I sent showing institutional money market deposits that went along like this, and then regular M1 money went like this. And so corporations are sitting on enormous reserves of cash. The people who least needed help got all this enormous help, which is part of what's wrong with our campaign finance system and the incentives for politicians. On the other hand, the Democrats got this $600 a week extra through the end of July for people who are out of work. And for a lot of people, it makes no sense to work, because if their unemployment was 40% of their pay and they're getting $600 a week, especially if you're a two-income couple, now you're getting $1,200 a week. There's some risk you won't have a job when you come back, but you're probably better off getting unemployment. And we need to adopt a system that says if you go back to work, we're going to lower this down but not wipe it out. Cliff financing, whether it's a tax rule or an income rule, cliffs are not generally smart things to do. They create bad incentives. So
I think that's something that we need to think about.
I have a question before we introduce our new guest. I wanted to ask Lester. Lester, are you trying to remain anonymous?
Well, no, this is my first visit, and I'm just seeing what's going on.
We were going to get to introducing you. We're going to find out who you are and what you do.
Well, I don't do anything. Well, I mean, I'm officially retired. So this was, I found out about IBM TV through AARP and volunteering opportunities. And I had no idea what sort of volunteering opportunities might be here. My last career was in instructional technology, and so I've been involved in producing. I mean, I know about production, and I know how to. And I'm basically a teacher type, And so that's kind of quickly about me. So I can appreciate the production that goes into doing something like this, And so, but volunteer opportunity, what are they talking about? Am I going to be, go get paper clips or what, So anyways, I'm just here to check it out.
Well, thank you for joining us. And what we do at IBM TV is Nick and I started, Nick started a show several years ago to inspire financial fitness so that we could close the gap between poverty and sustainability. And so we were hosting TV shows that would help get people inspired to go out and get financially fit, to become educated and learn how the disciplines of how to become financially fit. Because education is going to close that gap, right? Just like it closes the gap to anything else. So as we grew with Money Masters PBS, we realized it was very struggling to keep that show alive on networks because we didn't bleed. And they have this rule, if you don't bleed, you don't lead. But we were bleeding making the show. So Nick and I came up with this idea. There was a lot of restrictions. So Nick came up with Pod TV. Why can't we do this like this? And we save a lot of production costs, and we're able to bring in experts from all over the world, like David K. Johnston and a couple of the other people who joined us early this morning. And we have a dean from Yale that joins us sometimes on Mondays. But we do Economic Mondays, Celebrity Tuesdays, Business Wednesdays, Podcaster Thursdays, Financial Fridays, and Medical Fridays. But we have medical experts too. So now we're sharing information worldwide and globally to 4.3 billion viewers. And we bring in experts worldwide like David K. Johnston to share with us some of those coffee shop talks that you have. One of the things I told Nick when we were interviewing the millionaires and billionaires on our TV show, the sets were great, but it was the lunch talks that were better, right? We would sit there and go to lunch, and then I would hear all of this great, oh, this is what I'm doing, or I'm checking out. That's where the better talk was. And I said, why can't we do that here? So that's what we're doing, is sharing information coffee shop style. So, and David's been with us for quite some time now, David. So this is great.
Original Money Masters show, and I still think it's on IBM TV. It's on our Money Masters side. And David, a question came up by one of our viewers dealing with universal basic income. What are your thoughts about UBI? That's been a hot topic posted around. Well, and isn't Social Security a UBI? But that's another story.
Sure. I'm trying to think of the economist who refers to UBI as universal bond income for people who have assets and collect interest on their bonds. The nature of work is rapidly changing because we live in a digital economy, and the coming genetic age or biological age is going to change it a lot more. And so we're going to have to rethink incomes for people and what they do. Universal basic income, there have been experiments with it in India, in the United States during the Nixon administration, in limited locations. And most of the evidence indicates that people use that underlying income as a platform to develop other income. If you want to start a business and you're an employee at somewhere, you have to quit your job, go to zero income to start your business. It's a very high-risk proposition. If you had a universal basic income that would let you get by, some people are going to say, well, I'm going to drink beer and watch baseball games. But most people, the evidence shows, will say, oh, well, now I'm free to do some other things. And they may be artistic things. They may be income-producing things. but we have never had a very large scale examination of this. And yes, we have universal basic income and universal health care for older Americans. And that certainly makes it easier for people who are, if they have the energy to do it, who are Social Security age, to start a business if they want. In fact, I'm looking in the data now. I noticed a surprising amount of income from sole proprietorships and businesses in the IRS data for people 65 and over. The way they do their tables, you often have to take this table and that table and this table and then fit them all together. It's very tedious. But it appears that there's a surprisingly significant amount of business income going to low income people 65 and over. But I would define low income as under $50,000.
Well, David, that's why I let you do all that work and then I just read your book.
Well, thank you, Joe.
I
appreciate it.
And David, isn't that because a lot of people, when they get to be 65, when they were born, what was their life expectancy? Maybe 75 to 80. And then all of a sudden they get to be 65 or older and they find out their life expectancy isn't 75 or 80. It really is into their early 90s. And then they look and they say, well, wait a minute, I don't have enough money for the rest of my life, even with Social Security income and whatever else that they may have been able to save. So they say to themselves, it's time for me to do something to make sure I don't run out of money. And they do start businesses.
There's a portion of them that do, but let's remember, not everybody is entrepreneurial. Lots of people work physical labor jobs, and so having Social Security start at 62 at a much reduced rate for people like my brother, who was literally a ditch digger and a security guard and a manual laborer most of his life. By the time he got to be 62, he was busted up and couldn't work if he wanted to. And there are millions and millions of people like that. So we have to have a system that thinks very broadly about this. But yes, I think fundamentally people who discovered that their life expectancy is likely longer than they thought, who didn't have pensions or saw them wheedled away through financial manipulations, and who didn't put away a lot of money in a 401k or an IRA as a share of their income, discovered they need to do something. So if you need, for example, someone to watch your house, pretty easy to find reliable people to do that these days. You want to go away for vacation. Business is not robust at the moment because of the coronavirus. You need your dogs walked, various other things. There's a significant number of older people who are looking for that kind of work that gives them some marginal increase in their income so they can put things together. On the other hand, you can go to nursing homes, as I have, to give talks and see people who they don't have anything. They got $3 a month spendable cash, literally.
Yeah. Well, isn't that a problem? I mean, like I said, the data I see, average American will retire with $58,000, and Jeff Bezos made that the last hour.
Yeah. Well, Nick, you were off when I went through my analysis I did this morning, the latest IRS data. The bottom 50% of Americans who are taxpayers, and about 90% of people are taxpayers in under the IRS definition. Their average income is $17,000 per household. Per person, it's about $9,500. It's $26 a day per person, and that's not an adequate income to live on. That's market incomes. It's not free. It's not transfers like food stamps.
Sure.
But even so, now it sounds like a lot of money if you are in India or Malaysia or South Africa, but on a purchasing power parity basis, it's not enough money, and it's a real fundamental problem. And we tax those people on average. They pay $695 a year. That's 2 weeks' income.
Right.
The poorest half of Americans have to turn over 2 weeks' income to the federal government as income taxes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I would argue it's not worth the money.
Yeah.
To collect $695 a year.
I agree. I mean, the thing is, there's a collection issue, but one problem I have with income taxes in general is that there's a lot of different ways you can manipulate your income. But a net worth tax is going to be a little tougher to manipulate.
Much tougher.
And we already have a system in place. We have the federal estate tax in place. Now, this would create a big firestorm, is to actually have a net worth tax in the United States, similar to the estate tax. So we have the mechanism in place. It's the federal estate tax form 706. We deem everybody dies that have estates over 10 million, and you collect it.
Yeah, here's Nick. Nick, I actually think that's a big problem, and here's why. You own forest land. Do you carry it at book, or do you carry? What do you carry it at? How do you evaluate? You own partnership.
You carry it at fair market value. I mean, all the federal estate tax is valued under Section 32A as fair market value.
And we spend a lot of time arguing about that. I mean, years ago, I wrote the stories that led to a guy named Bob Rowe losing his job as the head of Ernst & Young.
Mm-hmm.
He was I think his title was president. And he was going to, and I wrote some story about him in the New York Times, and he lost his job. He had been divorcing his wife. He gave her a $5,000 a month budget and to raise their kids on. He said his kids couldn't go to college because there was no money. And he, in the divorce proceedings, neglected to ask that the records be sealed. So all the confidential records of the Ernst & Young Gemini deal were put in the public record, including the partnership statement, which I got a hold of and wrote about in the New York Times. And the guy had $53 million in the bag, as the judge determined it. And as penalty, he gave the wife 60% of the money instead of 50%. But his whole argument was his partnership shares in Ernst & Young had no value. And he put on a whole slew of expert witnesses saying the partnership shares had no value. Right. Now, you and I would laugh at that, but a generalist judge would be, what? Maybe so. I don't know. I don't understand this stuff. And he had experts all lined up, well paid, to say it was worth very little, close to nothing.
Yeah, but valuation disputes have been historic in the whole federal estate tax arena, since its adoption, what was around 1916 to help alleviate the war. It's not an unusual issue, and people try to artificially manipulate the value of their state by putting restrictive covenants inside of it so they reduce their federal estate tax liability. But here's really what happened, which right after the war, the federal income tax was around 90%. And during all through the Eisenhower administration into the Kennedy administration, all up to your friend Reagan, it was around 70%, flattening the curve. And then all of a sudden, poof, it's around 20%. And now the curve went this way, after 30 years. So now we have an economy, and here's what I tell all students, realistically, you look at a room of 100 per people, one person has all the bananas, and the rest of them, are splitting the peel. Seriously, and it's a big problem. I mean, even on the Money Master show, we had a lot of very affluent people that were on there, but there was one person who had more money than everybody combined. Seriously, that was sitting in our room, and that is the American system that it exists today. And they have, whether they know it or not, they have tremendous social, economic, and political power relative to anyone. So when they say all men are created equal, they're not. Okay, we're not economically equal. There's absolutely no question in my mind that economically we are so disparate. It's not funny. Yet we don't even focus on economics. Yet it is the biggest indicator of everything you do in your life. So
Nick, what I would prefer to that is a system that within your lifetime investment account, you can sell Barrick Gold and buy Con Ed, or sell Apple and buy Google, and I don't care. But the minute you draw money out of the account, there is withholding at the source. And there's no way to escape it. There's no way to avoid it. There's an independent trustee who is bonded and licensed and has every incentive in the law to make sure it's withheld, including criminal liability and personal liability for up to 3 times the amount of the tax. Mm-hmm. And that way we encourage people to acquire wealth. But when you die, you gotta, that's a transfer event. You gotta pay the taxes.
Yeah, you gotta pay the taxes.
Yeah, and so you get the benefit of that deferral. You also pay a premium rate if the one thing I would do is you pay a premium rate if the average age of your gains is 20 years. So somebody who suddenly comes in and wins a lottery tomorrow and pays taxes on it, and then dies the next day, and we've literally had that happen to people. They died very shortly after a windfall like that. gets treated differently than somebody who's had years of compounding gains. And because you had that money compounding, you're going to pay a premium rate, not a discounted rate. And that's an idea that comes from Andrew Mellon, not exactly a raging liberal.
Well, David, I was thinking that the candidate Andrew Yang made a lot of sense to me in talking about some of the things that you're talking about. And I wanted to know your opinion of him as a candidate and the things that he was talking about, like the United Auto Workers are not having their jobs taken away by immigrants. They're having them automated away. And so we are moving into a brand new economy, and many of us are not trained for the new economy. And he made that point eloquently, I thought, during the campaign.
Well, Yang made a lot of economic sense. He just didn't have any political pull with anybody. He wasn't attractive to people. And, that's the nature of life, that politics is about who you want to, apparently in presidential politics, who you want to have a beer with or who you want to imagine playing golf with, rather than the substance of their competence. If we were going to just elect politicians on competence, people like Andrew Yang and Governor Kasich in Ohio would be running the country, and they're not even close. But fundamentally, the automation issue is a really important one, and that's how the digital economy is changing things. And I've said this on the show before. When the East Indians invented steel, Wootz steel it was called, 3,000 years ago, it took years and years and years of labor to create 1 ton of steel. Now it takes less than 40 minutes. There's a sawmill that I wanted to go into in Coos Bay, Oregon, or right next to Coos Bay. And the old sawmill, which is now a casino, when I was in it 45 years ago, had hundreds of people. Horrible, dangerous place, by the way. You don't want to go into sawmill.
Right.
The new sawmill, I stood on a hill with binoculars and watched. There, as best anybody in town can tell, 8 employees there, which includes the secretary and the managers. Trucks pull up. The logs come off the back of the truck. A computer arm picks them up. A laser measures the piece of wood and how to get the most useful board feet of lumber out of it, cuts it up. Another robot arm then puts it into a stack and puts a metal band around it, and there's no workers. And that's the future. There's no future in manufacturing jobs as a share of the total economy. That's why we have to rethink fundamentally a lot about work. And as we get into the genetic economy, where I teach my students mostly about what's going to happen when you're not going to get to do this, but your grandchildren will go down and say, well, we want to have a boy, we want to have mom's hair color and dad's eye color, et cetera, and the legal issues that will arise when things go wrong out of that. We're also going to develop things like legless pigs. Maybe we'll develop ham without the pig. And there will be a narrow group of very highly paid jobs, but there'll be a tremendous amount of people who we won't have work for unless it's servant type work, and I don't think that'll give you a stable society. So we have to really fundamentally rethink the economics that we developed in the agricultural and the industrial eras going forward. And the resistance to the resistance to these new ideas is very visible in what's being written about Stephanie Kelton's book, The Deficit Myth. She is the most eloquent advocate for modern monetary theory. You can agree or not agree with modern monetary theory. If she's right, she has written a book that is on a par in terms of its significance with Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations when he figured out market economics. If she's wrong, it's just another idea that got tested and didn't work out. But you read the Wall Street Journal on the book, and she's a communist. She's a leftist. She's a horrible person. You should pay no attention to her, instead of, well, let's go through the arguments here. Which comes first, chicken and egg, taxes or spending? And her argument is you tax after the fact, not ahead of the fact, which leads to a lot of interesting ideas. And we need to be open to thinking in a world in which classic industrial inputs don't matter as much anymore. The steel industry, when there was a strike in '58, my parents in back east, my parents' restaurant in California went bankrupt. And we could directly attribute it to the steel strike because steel was so important to the economy. That's why JFK jawboned the steel companies. Steel industry could shut down tomorrow, and the impact on the economy would be minimal for a month-long strike. The world's changed, and we have to change our thinking with it if we're going to take full advantage of the opportunities that we're faced with, as well as the deficits.
I want to add something here because I speak on this because of artificial intelligence and being part of the innovation of this. Is artificial intelligence and all the technology has evolved to make our jobs more efficient. It's evolved to improve our quality of life. It did not evolve to replace humans, okay? Artificial intelligence is only as intelligent as the person who built it. So we need to be very, very careful about when we decide, oh, we're going to replace a human 100% because we've got a robot automating everything for us. We need to be very careful. So this is what I tell people. Don't look at it as being replaced. Look at it as an opportunity to have something to make your job more efficient if you have to move into something else. Just like the healthcare plan that I would like to implement. It's not going to, it's going to replace all of these people who do insurance, but it's going to open up doors for more medical people, which we need. We are in a situation right now that in 10 years, we're not going to have enough medical professionals for the amount of people that exist in this country or any country. And we need to be thinking about this because it's not profitable anymore for a practitioner to go to college, become a practitioner, and practice because the insurance companies get all the money, like Lynn knows so well, which we're going to do a whole show on.
I'm going to get off. I'm sorry I won't get to hear the wisdom of Vivian and Lester and Jim.
Oh, yeah.
But have a great discussion. I'll be back with you guys next week. All right?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
We'll talk about all of this at a more higher level next week as well. Thank you.
Vivian, get in there. They need to hear your wisdom. You're the youngest person here by far.
Go enjoy Ocean City, David.
Yes,
okay.
Go enjoy
if I
the
can
day.
drive down there, take care.
Take care, David, and we'll see you soon. And folks, that was David K. Johnson sharing all the wonderful wisdoms. He is such a wonderful tax expert. If you ever get a chance to sit down and just talk to him and about all his years of experience. But the reason why people, I think, love him so much is the great, wonderful stories he writes about Trump, which you want to talk about something going viral. Just, mention the word Trump and boom, it goes virus. So
he gets like 1 million tweets. Just all he has to say the word Trump, and all of a sudden 1 million people.
It's worse than we think.
Videos on YouTube.
It's worse than we think.
Yeah, it is worse than we think.
So what a great insight we had today about how we can implement our tax system in such a simple way. He's writing it the way I said things should be written, that nothing should be written longer than the Constitution. If you're going to pass a law, it should be written with as few words as the Constitution. Instead, we had a healthcare law go through that was 3,600 pages.
I have to say the Supreme Court brief to look at someday. It's long.
Yeah, thanks. No thanks. I read a lot of the laws just because I want to see how much junk people put in there. But if you just keep the law simple and you don't put a lot of favors and a lot of fluff and stuff and extra things, you just keep it strictly to the item, you'd be surprised how few pages that law would be.
Yes, and David wanted to hear from Vivian. So do I. I know you did a great special on Shandu, China. Do we have any other specials coming up, Vivian, on Vivian's trips to China?
Yeah, on this Wednesday, I'm going to do a special show about Guangzhou.
Guangzhou, okay.
Yeah.
So when can we see the special on Guangzhou?
On this Wednesday morning.
Wow, you're going to have it done already?
I think so.
Wednesday.
Yeah, because Ankit asked me to do it as a weekly show.
Okay, yes, right.
Like the same time
that
I did for Shandu.
Well, that develops your fan base. And she's so good at it. She's so creative. So this is exciting. Every week she's going to share with us a great part of China that nobody knew existed. And this is going to help bridge the gap between the United States of what we think we know about China to what we can know about China, because she's going to share these things with us about each beautiful place, about the economics, about the food. her pictures of the food looked so good you were hungry when the show was over.
Yeah, well, Sean, you did a great job on Shandu, and thing is, I'm looking forward to your program that's going to be this Wednesday, Vivian's China. So we'll be able to take a look at another great city in China on IBM TV. I thought the pandas and the food. I was getting my plane tickets ready to go, but hard to travel during this time of the year, Vivian. So virtual travel is on its way up, by the way, in case you didn't know. So
we're doing it with Vivian is very educated on this, and she knows how to make it look so. And you know,
well, you can even see it today. The special that she did on Shandu, you can actually go back.
Yeah, it's
IBM TV if you missed it, but don't miss it. It's a special on Shandu, which is a special city, with pandas and great food, and it's something to watch on IBM TV. Now, Lynn, you're at the dollar store, which is a different part of the world. Tell us what's going on in the dollar store.
Well, first of all, because I see Sasha's about ready to leave, and I want to make sure that Jim puts his extreme patch on his head, because I know when he goes to play Sasha in chess during Sasha's and the back of the neck, he's going to be in extreme pain. So he needs to put this on. And Sasha, I know you have a great show on Saturday, your chess show. And yes, you do. So anyway, but what's happening with the dollar store? Well, for those of you, and I know I haven't seen Lester before, but for those of you who are watching the show and don't know, we own the family dollar store, which is the handle is family.dollarstore.com. We are supporting the mission of Money Masters. Money Masters PBS. The mission is, of course, as Kimberly has said earlier, to narrow the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. It's something we really believe in. We believe in financial education, financial fitness, and we're donating generally half of our profits to Money Masters PBS in support of the mission. But through the end of August, we are donating 100% of our profits. We have lots of great products. We have a rewards program. We have something that basically you could call the same thing as gift cards. We call them gift tokens. If somebody signs up to be a customer, they're going to get $5 worth of gift tokens to be able to use on the first time they shop at the store. We deliver right to your house, unless you happen to live where I do, where we don't have delivery to the house. And with the storm that we have going on right now, you may have seen my dog was almost in my lap because he doesn't like thunderstorms. I'm not sure I'm going to make the post office today, but that's okay. And here he comes again. Yeah. So anyway, a lot of attention now. Yeah, he needs attention. He does not like thunder and lightning. So anyway, and he's a big boy, but that's beside the point. So anyway, we deliver to your home for free if you order over $25 worth of products. We have some great products, as you saw. Jim is look at this. Jim has the surgical face masks. $25. So does Kim. My box is downstairs, but I do have my actual mask, and I meant to put it on because I'm very concerned about the spread of the virus over the computer. And Kimberly has her Minion napkins, so does Jim. I haven't ordered mine, but they'll be the next time. Look, Kimberly also has some of her the products that she gets from the beauty section of the store. That's probably why Kimberly looks so beautiful. We know that. If Vivian doesn't, she's too young to have to use some of the stuff that some of the older people do. But you know, in 5 years when she gets to be your age, Kimberly, she's going to be using some stuff.
5 years, listen at you. I just, one thing I like about the dollar store is that I save time, and time to me is money. And I also protect myself by not having to go out and shop in public, which, I'm still afraid because I am over a certain age, and I don't want to put myself at risk or my family at risk. I also have a low immune system, because of a disease in my spine. And so these are things that I have to think about. The mask was very exciting to me because it is the same mask that my doctors use. One of the things I like about the way they package this is that they're stacked different so that you're not contaminating other masks as you're taking the top one out. So you take the top one out, they're layered different. So normally you see masks, they're in a box and they're stacked like this, right? One after another, and you take them like one after another, but you're touching the other ones. These are laid flat, and it may be that somebody got smart and started stacking them that way. So if you look, the full mask is on top and you just take it out, and that way you're not contaminating the other.
Right.
Something I want to add to people, because I've noticed that there are a lot of people who are very ignorant to the proper way of wearing a mask based on posts I see on Facebook. Again, what we've learned since day one is that the masks are very, very important for protecting you from contaminating other people. And the way you do that is blue side out. All right.
Right.
You're
exactly.
protecting people from you. Blue side in if you're trying to protect yourself. And this was interesting to me. And the fact that I do it properly when I walk into my doctor's office blows her away. She's like, where did you learn? Like, I know how to wash my hands. When I'm there, they watch you do your hands. And she goes, where did you learn all of this? And I go, IBM TV. But because we have great medical doctors, and that was the first thing we started talking about. So, you know, but these masks are very cost effective. Okay, you get 50 of them for $25, and then they ship for free. I mean, come on, people. And these are almost wholesale price. I'm not kidding you.
It's a great.
Myself. And Lynn, maybe you can help me out, because Lester, are you a customer at family.dollarstore.com?
I'm not.
Okay, so if I get Lester to join, how can I? He's going to get some free tokens from you, gift tokens.
Okay.
And I have some that I want to give to him because I brought him on board. How do I do that?
Okay, so first of all, Jim, you said help me out, and I know you do need a lot of help, so I'll do that. That's what's so great about this show. We have a lot of fun.
A lot of love.
Yeah. So anyway, basically, anybody who becomes a customer immediately gets $5 worth of gift tokens. But then, Jim, if you recommend that Lester become a customer, okay, we're going to give you an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. Okay. Now, if anybody buys 3 times from the store, we're going to give them an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. And if people sign up through IBM TV, okay, anybody signs up through IBM TV, they're going to get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. And it's fantastic. I know that Mark Lee's not on today, but Mark told me the other day that he hadn't seen one of the items on the store, and I understand why, because I think he's only gotten to 4,127 items. We have 4,300 items totally. So when Mark gets through, I'm sure it's in the last 173 items that he hasn't looked at yet, and he'll find them. But in all kidding aside, go to IBM TV, click on the big round button. It is green for those of you who aren't colorblind, but it's round so that if you are colorblind, you can still click on the button. Shop at the dollar store. Go become a customer. Get your gift tokens right away. And if you sign up between now and the end of the month of July, we will give you an extra $5 worth of gift tokens, and we're giving all of our profits through the end of August to IBM TV or to Money Masters PBS. Now, think of this. Yes, look at that. You can get for effectively $20 delivered to your home for free. You can get 50 of the masks. But here's the first thing. There are 5 reasons why you should do this, okay? And it all is based upon the mission of Money Masters. Number 1, you're saving money because we have some products on the site that are a whole lot cheaper than you're going to find anywhere else. Some of the beauty products, one of them, which gets rid of the lines on your face, okay? Kimberly doesn't have any lines, so she must be using that, okay? So on Amazon, $67 plus shipping, $4.99 on our site. Number 2, okay, we deliver right to your home. So time is money. You don't have to go anywhere. You stay home. You don't have to spend the money on gas. Number 3, you don't have to go out and expose yourself to people who have coronavirus. Okay, so that's number 3. Number 4, because you are saving the money, you can invest it properly, and that's important. But number 5, you're supporting Money Masters. And when you're supporting Money Masters, you're supporting an absolutely fantastic mission. And I guess there's a 6. You have enough money to pay your taxes because Kimberly's very big on paying taxes. So,
well, I'm very big on teaching it, okay, because that's something that they leave out in everything. Like the first time I ever got my check, my very first check when I was 14 years old, I went to work. And I was like, where's my money? Yeah. And it all went to taxes. So I learned, but nobody really taught me anything about taxes or having to fill out tax forms. I didn't learn any of that. I had to learn on my own. And it was, I wish I'd had these kind of talks to listen to when I was growing up, because I certainly would have done things a lot different, especially investing. I would have invested in ways that I wouldn't have to pay. I hate saying not pay taxes, but reduce.
Yes, invest for the long term.
Yeah.
Unless you're like Sasha, then Sasha turns money over like crazy.
So here's the interesting thing. My oldest grandson who works in New York City right now is working from home. And because he doesn't have to travel, and he's living at his father's house, basically he's investing $800 a month that some of which he would still invest. But here he is, 23 years old, $800 a month, and he started investing on a regular basis. And I know because this is his mindset. When he does have to finally go back to New York City to work, he'll continue to invest the difference between his cost of getting there and the $800 a month. And I wish somebody had shown me that when I was 23, but there you go. So that's
your money could be your muscle, right? Let your money work for you. And what's interesting is my son's investments, because he's in a higher risk. He was making 14% one year, 14% on his investments. Oh my gosh!
Well, those days are almost over.
Yeah,
those days are almost over.
That's the reason Sasha's investing in gold. He goes, hey, speaking of gold, since Vivian's here, what do Chinese people, what do they think about gold as an investment? Do people like gold over there, not like gold, or what's the story? Vivian, put you on the spot.
We also love gold. I think in the world, everybody loves gold. Like, it's a great investment, right? Like,
okay. Well, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that maybe that isn't so bad when he first mentioned it, because I was like, well, it doesn't earn anything. I was, but then at the same time, there's a big demand, and when we're printing so much money out there, maybe it's not a bad place to park some funds as in gold, because people do consume gold. They use it for weddings. They use it for temples. It's being used all over the world, definitely in the Pacific Asian market space and also in India. So maybe it's not a bad place to park some money.
Everyone's portfolio should have some gold in it.
Yeah, I've rethought. Or maybe you should up your allocation, because one problem that we have is we expanded our money supply. Okay. Now, when money should be worth less, inflation should increase, and the market, I don't know why it's so artificially high. I have some real problems with where our market is right now. Last I checked,
I'm really concerned about what's happening. We've all seen, I guess we're old enough, we've seen some really messy things happen in our lifetime with the market that I'm really just.
Dollars just got pumped into the stock market.
Yeah, dollars got pushed into it.
Right. When you see what happened, like with AOL, I mean, seriously, or I look at Google. I mean, are they really worth that much?
Oh, how Sears? Anyone bought Sears lately? Sears is good. How about J.C. Penney? They've been around a long time.
The Sears catalog used to be in everybody's house.
Yeah.
Well, Sears was the company to invest in. When I was growing up, Food Lion was a big thing to invest in. And it was interesting to me because I didn't know to invest money back then. I was only 14 years old. But everyone who invested money into Food Lion became millionaires. They all just, and they didn't invest a lot, but I did not understand the concepts of investing. Nobody explained that to me. Or like, a few years ago, I listened to a story about a young man. There you go, Coke, right?
Hey, this made Warren Buffett the billionaire that he is today. Is the dividends off of the can.
The reason why I'm here with Nick is that I can't go back and fix me, but I can definitely help fix other people and encourage you to save money and invest it. I would buy my nephews and nieces for their graduation the story Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But here's what's funny. I would put $100 bill in there, right? So if they read the book, they would find the $100. But my goal was to inspire them that they can do far more with their money than what I did. And this one young man, I was listening to his story, and from the time he was 15 that he could start working, his dad encouraged him to set aside 50% of his money and invest it. And so at the age of 15, he started doing this. When he turned 21, he retired.
Wow.
That's pretty good. Yeah, if you can do it.
21.
Yeah.
21. He retired because he took.
What took him so long?
15 to 21, only 6 years.
Hey, just think, Jim, all the time you spent studying chess, if you spent studying stocks and investments, would you be better off or worse off?
Well, it depends on how you define that. But
right, that's true.
My feeling.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking that I invested when my nieces turned 16. I gave them each $3,000, but I didn't give it to them in cash. I gave it to them in stocks. And my idea was every time they had a birthday, I gave them another $1,000 in stocks. And this was my thinking was that they would get interested in investing. And it turns out that they aren't.
Oh, right. And well, they didn't like the stocks you gave them. You gave them Blockbuster Video, Circuit City, and Sears. That was your diversified portfolio, Jeff.
I gave them Tesla.
But they didn't give them Tesla. If you gave them Tesla, they'd be retired.
I did give them Tesla, but then I sold.
You seriously gave them Tesla stock?
Yep.
Tesla. Wow. Okay.
You should write investments for dummies. Get rid of those chess for dummies.
Also, because they're vegetarians, so.
They didn't fully understand the concept. And this is why I think a coffee shop talk like this, and maybe we can get our teen kids that are doing a TV show to do a little bit of investing too. Wouldn't that be cool? Like give them some stocks to kind of goof off with.
That would be cool.
Yeah. So,
right. It would be helpful.
Yeah.
Is, people can only work so much, where if you listen to David K. Johnson, you're not going to work at all because machines are going to take over. But your money can work for you all the time. I mean, money works 24/7.
Money makes
upwards
money.
and downwards. Yeah,
That's
right.
I tell them money makes money.
Yeah.
One of the things we talked about was inheritance, and there were a few young kids while my son was growing up, and their parents unfortunately passed away, and that they inherited life insurance policies, right, and maybe money. And one of them, as always, when you inherit that young, you don't get it until you turn 18, and I've seen how that can just really drive a person crazy when they get all that money, the things that they go wasted on, unfortunately. But one young lady had some really good coaching, and when she turned 18, she was able to move into her own house.
Unbelievable,
right? She bought, because she always wanted her own horse farm. My son and her rode horses together and show together, and so she not only did it, but she did it so that she can rent out the stable. So she no longer has to. She's never had to work. She didn't inherit $1 million. She inherited a life insurance policy from a working mom like me. So I don't know what she got. Maybe it was 100,000, but you have to unfortunately pay taxes on all this crap.
Sure.
But she took that money, and instead of buying a car like some kids I knew did.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with that, but they all bought sports cars and things like that. She took that money and she put it into property, and so that was very smart.
Look at the Vanderbilt family. William Vanderbilt was worth probably something close to $180 million in the late the 1880s, and up until Gloria Vanderbilt built herself up through her own business, there was not one Vanderbilt relative who was worth $1 million. I mean, think about it. That's because what did they all do? They went out and they built the breakers, and they built all those places up in Rhode Island, in Newport. George Vanderbilt built the Biltmore just west of you, Kimberly. You can probably walk there to Asheville. And
not quite.
Not quite. I'm kidding. So, but
that's a great point.
And the interesting thing was George Vanderbilt basically went bankrupt building that place.
Yes, he did.
He had to borrow from his mother. So it was
massive amount of money to maintain that place is unreal. That's what I tell people. It's one thing. Be careful what you invest.
In Atlantic City.
What's
that?
He should have built a casino in Atlantic City. Then he would have had to borrow money from his father.
But you have to maintain these places when you build them, and that's what I tell people is when you build something, just because you got $1 million or $2 or $3, think about what you get because you're going to have to maintain it. If you buy a Tesla, you're going to have to maintain the Tesla, right?
We're going to have to do a whole show on real estate investing. I mean, real estate investing and purchasing, residential and commercial properties is a whole different cat. When it comes to
I don't know of anyone who can afford the Vanderbilt house. And I will tell you this, I think I'm allergic to it because for years I tried to go visit it, and every time I got close to it, I got sick and had to go to the hospital.
Really?
So I had to make promises to my family that I never go to the Vanderbilt house. So
that old money gets moldy.
Unless I don't know. I never even got close to the place. I was
spectacular.
on my way and then ended up, and I go, what is wrong? And somebody said, do you realize that every time you go, you say you're going to the Vanderbilt, you get sick? And I go, I didn't realize that. But anyway, maybe I'm allergic to all that money.
The old money.
Well, it's old money, and old money is totally different than new riche. Matter of fact, most of the new money is made right next door to where Jim is. Jim has his hands out with Chess for Dummies, but
in the Socialist Republic of Northern California.
Socialist Republic. There's his book. Here's plug for those people who haven't received it yet. You can purchase Chess for Dummies in 11 different languages.
Glenn's got his.
Are you kidding me?
I got one.
Oh no, you're kidding me! Chess for Dummies. Yeah, because we do discuss a lot of chess on IBM TV, and we needed somebody to write the book, and so we had Jimmy write it. And it's distributed all over the world.
Whatever Nick tells me to do, I do.
He is the author, the world's leading expert on dummy. I mean, the world's leading expert on Chess for Dummies is sitting right over there. The world's leading.
I'm ordering a Phillies hat.
Oh, I told you, I buried the hatchet. I told you that.
I'm going to wear it on the show one day.
Nick wasn't here yesterday, but I told you I buried the hatchet. I now will be friendly with everybody who's a Yankees fan. I'll be friendly with everybody I will not say anything snide, at least about their baseball preference. However, I will not bury this hatchet. I still will root against the New York Giants football team.
Wait! I just checked. We lost about 400 viewers in New York City once you made that statement. I can't believe it.
Wait a minute.
New York City viewers are way down today. Thank you for that statement.
I'm going to have a Philly fan one day.
I want you guys to know, though, how great this show has been today. This morning, we had a great, wonderful chess talk going on, and then we actually ended up with Holmes who said he's going to help us try to find somebody to get our friend over in the Ivory Coast back home.
Bringing a private plane.
Yeah, wow.
You'll love it. A private
Right.
plane
Well,
to pick him up and move him
got
over
connections.
to Nigeria. Holmes
Well,
Stoner.
he's also got connections.
He's
right?
the chairman
got
of
all
the
of
American
those-
International
Absolutely.
Chamber
It's
of
all about
Commerce.
connections.
He's on all the time here. Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to be in the Outer Banks for the next 3 days, starting Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So if you don't see me the next 3 days, that's because I'm going to be in the ocean. Hopefully not literally.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'll be here tomorrow, but not for the next 3 days.
Oh, Kim, you are rocking it.
There we go.
Oh my goodness, movie star.
Put your mask on, Jim.
I've ordered some masks from the dollar store, and those people who don't order masks realize in North Carolina it is the law you have to wear the mask.
Absolutely.
So in our office in Salt Lake, we have masks for people that come in to our company. So you got to be very sensitive, and you can order the masks very reasonable prices on the dollar store, Family Dollar Store, which you can see on IBM TV. So my belief is ultimately all the states are going to have mandates. You're going to have to wear masks.
Pennsylvania has it.
Who does?
Pennsylvania now.
Pennsylvania has it. So you might as well order your mask on the dollar store and get it at a reasonable price before they run out, which may happen because it did with toilet paper. I would never believe that, but it actually did. And and also because of Dr. Moskowitz ordered Quercentrin. I had to order it on the internet. I couldn't find that.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, it has
you got to
worked.
be prepared.
Yeah.
And his story is pretty phenomenal. I hope he comes on and shares it. But he came down with C19 as well. And as everyone knows, he's been treating patients with C19.
Yep.
And he's been successful with everyone, including one young man who was going to die from it. The guy was on ventilator, not going to make it. And he said, you know what, I'm going to try the quercetin on him. And it turned him around.
Yep.
Well,
Wow.
he ended up getting diagnosed himself with C19, and he wasn't getting better. He was taking quercetin, and he was frustrated, so he doubled the dose, and it really corrected the problem. And
but here's the technical problem, whether you guys know it or not. At least I went to the stores. You couldn't find it in the stores. It's really hard to find. It wasn't at Walmart. It wasn't at Walgreens. It wasn't at Costco. I was sitting there going like, wow, how am I going to get? So I ordered it online because I realized once you get sick, the first thing you don't say is, let's go to the store. You feel too sick to go to the store.
But
so
you
need
should
to order it now.
According to Dr.
know,
Arthur,
you
if I diagnose you with C19, I better not see you in the store.
Yeah,
So,
but then you need to have your supplements available now. And turmeric may be the next one I'm going to get because of Irina Kirsch. But quercetin, the one that he recommended, actually was in the top 10 possible treatments for COVID-19 by IBM's artificial intelligence machine. So it has a lot of what I call validity, but not a lot of studies are done on this. Frustrates them.
well, he did a study.
I looked it up. There are no studies.
He published a paper.
I know he did, but it's a non-peer-reviewed paper. But see, the real problem is that there's no financial incentive for the big pharma to study it because it's readily available.
To tell you about
The
it.
president and his administration to endorse it because they invested all their money in
And
hydroxychloroquine.
which I could smell that garbage a mile
Well, but
away.
because
So I stayed
who
away.
was it? Giuliani, just before he got appointed the science advisor to the president, invested $2 million into hydroxychloroquine.
Science advisor?
Science?
Giuliani.
He's not a scientist.
Giuliani.
He's not a scientist. Not at all.
But he was appointed Trump's science advisor right after
Well,
the.
that's the problem. I mean, come on. You got people that are leading this that have no clue what they're
occasionally because I brought this up back in March.
no clue what they're doing. Okay, hey Jim,
Yeah, Giuliani is the science advisor.
Jim, why don't you get a crosswords puzzle expert to show you all the chess moves?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's absolutely insane, but and that's the reason we're getting the result we're having. We have politicians leading a medical condition.
The EPA was the guy who sued the EPA multiple times.
No clue what they're doing. Not even a clue. Yeah. So with that, I do have a clue. It's 2:00, so we have to get our airplane running.
Here we go. Wait, before we do that, I want to share this with you guys, just so I'm not making this up. Hold on. Let me unshare and reshare because I just want you guys to see because I said this on the day it happened back in April.
We have somebody waiting for us too, by the way.
I know, but here we go. Ta-da! Rudy Giuliani attempts to position himself as Trump's personal science advisor as he pushes unproven coronavirus treatments.
Somebody was making money off of it.
And he had just purchased he invested $2 million into hydroxychloroquine just before that.
What's the source for that? The news.
That's all the news. You can find that anywhere. That's just the quickest one I found today. But back when that happened, that was every news. But let's see which one. Is this the New York Times?
That doesn't look like the New York Times.
Well, it's hard to know, but you can pull it up.
You always need to know.
Absolutely. I agree with
that.
that.
Well, I know we need to know, but you can pull it up on numerous.
You just Google Rudolph.
Coronavirus pivot as Trump's new science advisor. There you go.
And that's
the business. That was the Business Insider.
This hat is going in the wastebasket.
NBC News. So in 2017, he took the cybersecurity role, which I thought
He knows a lot about that too. Oh, come on.
Because the person who knew about that is a good friend of mine who was his advisor, and he ended up giving it to Giuliani, which I thought was stupid. But
you don't think it is stupid. Let's refrain. It is stupid. So let's move on and close up.
But anyway, you can go Google many different articles about it.
Another way to describe it.
How do you feel about that, Nick?
It's stupid. I mean, come on. Any
how do you really feel?
Let's listen. If you have a medical condition, do you go see an attorney? No, that's dumb. It's stupid. You go see a medical doctor. That's smart. Okay, that differs stupid and smart. Okay, real simple. You don't need a PhD, which a lot of them come on our show, to figure this one out. So when you see stuff like that, and unfortunately in our politics we see it all the time, there's only one word for it: stupid. Okay, because no smart person would ever do that. Well, with that, we need to close the show. I don't feel strongly or weakly.
Don't forget to watch Mark Lee today on Radio Talk on IBM.TV. It'll be right after this.
Great.
It's probably already started.
And don't forget Vivian's show coming up on Wednesday. We'll see another China.
Another small city in China.
Yes, another small city in China. Thank you, Vivian. Okay.
And I guess Henny Morales will be with us tomorrow. Nick will be on vacation, but we look forward to seeing all of you.
I'm on vacation Wednesday, but that's okay.
Wear that hat, Kimberly.
Stop the dollar store.
Right.
Wear that
movie.
Okay.
Be safe, Nick.
All right. Thank you. Ankit, where's our
कोरोना से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's the wrap for the day. And thank you for joining us on Economics Monday. And we'll see you tomorrow on Tuesday only on IBM TV. And do join us on our one of a time radio show with Mark Lee at 2 p.m. EST, which is already started. So you can watch all the shows at IBM TV. And thank you for joining us. It's time to wrap up. Have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.